I can hear you now.
Unenlightened one, you walk headlong into the storm to rescue the lost pups. No, that is brave and foolish.
I'm in Crocotopia, but okay, I'm in Crocotopia, but listen, it's this little thing teleporter that you gotta go on, and then it's a boat. It's complicated. It's on YouTube. I'm broadcasting it now. That shit crazy as hell. I don't know. I'm finna try to do this dungeon, but
I admire your bravery, but one does not simply walk into the pagoda of harmony. You must master its song if you wish to sustain. Each floor is a musical movement, and the monks who study there, the notes. But an evil force has come and soured those notes. Bound to this discordant melody, the monks are now off their normal rhythms, but they can be retuned, and the pups can still be saved. As I have attained harmony, I was not corrupted by the evil noise. I can aid you now, but my vows forbid me from fighting. Shall we begin?
okay, he aided me.
All that was done, Hamakala shall undo. Long live the hoof and Master Tonkatsu.
We listen with more than just our ears. The spirit must not only be able, but willing to stay upon the path of harmony.
Oh, you ain't helping me, sir? You petty as hell. You gonna walk with me, but you ain't gonna help. Petty as hell. Nah, the motherfucker just walked with me, but didn't get in a battle with me. I'm gonna have to use my minion, I know that much, because I don't know how much these motherfuckers is. I thought I heard you say Sonya. No, that bitch, she called me. She just called me recently. I'm just kind of getting agitated at talking to her because I hate when people be stupid. Kind of understand? Like her ass act like she's slow. How the fuck you got a fucking bachelor's degree and you still slow?
Half was Tsarist Russia. Mostly English, French, some German, some American.
I'm home. I'm thirsty. Thirsty than a motherfucker. I'm thirsty ass. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is take that off of me so that way. Oh my god, they gonna hit both. Damn, they about to take my minion out. I know you hate that though. They cheated me. Damn, they just took my minion completely out. Damn, what the fuck? I'm gonna have have to get that million back. Fuck that. I need some help out here for a film. You're about to enter a dungeon. If you leave, oh my god, they taking down my attacks, bro. Like, that's a lot to be doing. Okay, I need 4 pills. Wow! Are you kidding me right now? These are some harsh ass approaches. Oh my god, really? They just like, fuck it, you can't have a million this time. I don't know what I'm finna do. I really don't know. Okay, fuck it. You see me battling? What? This shit ain't going down. They finna kill me. Fuck that. I'm gonna have to join somebody. This too hard. They done killed my minion like 3 times. Damn. You know you can feed it, your what's that called, right? Your hats and shit that you ain't using. Man, every attack I fucking do, like, what the fuck? I'm finna die. They getting my ass right now. They getting my ass right now. I might have to flee. Fuck that. I'm leaving. Ain't no coming back from that fight. So you gotta, when you do that, like looking through your, backpack, you need to check and see what makes your health go up. Before you feed it to your pet. And it's best to do it when you do it. It's best to do it at home. You heard me? That way you can see your health go up and down. Like at the regular Crocotopia part. I'm finna check my shit out real quick. I forgot how to get out of here. But that's what I've been feeding my pet. So this is 5. I have 500 and what? 544. 466. Twenty-four, 491, 24 is going up. So that's 524. Only one. I'm good. I just keep using this 544. Feed that to pet. All right. So let me see. I'm at 562. 562. So let me see. If I go here, 562. See how much it goes up from there. Okay, so this seems like this the only one that gave me 500 or so. I'll keep that one. So feed all this to pets. On top of that, feeding some of your stuff to your pet, you get extra treasure cards and shit. It's better than selling them. Okay, so this one is 562. So let's see. Go here. 492. Go here. That upgrades my health. I mean my mana. I'd rather have more health than mana. So I can feed that shit to pets. Keep remembering that. You gotta give me a moment. I'm looking through my stuff. Once I get done, I'll tell you. 564. So that's a pretty good one. That's a ring that I might need to keep. This one 562. This one 564. What is this one? Nothing. Okay, so I'm keeping that one. I'm feeding that to my pet. Feeding that one to my pet. I'm keeping this one. Okay, you said what level? How do I get there? I forgot. Okay. There we go. 25. Oh, 1,564. You heard me? Hello? Hello? Yeah. What happened? Your shit. You said your shit was at what? Oh. When you go to Krakatopia, that's when it's gonna hit 1,000. Shit. I'm finna team up. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about the damn dialogue no more. That shit hard. That's how I do other shit. So somebody join. Yeah, figured it me. Fuck you. I don't want to go to Marleybone yet. say who? I found a teammate. I'm so mad. I'm still pissed off. Dude that's going the fuck out of me. Fuck him. In his shirt.
Unenlightened one, you walk headlong into the storm to rescue the lost pups. No, that is brave and foolish. I admire your bravery. Each floor is a musical movement, and the monks who study there, the no.
All that was done, Hamakala shall.
We listen with more than just our ears. A spirit must not only be able, but willing to stay upon the path of harmony.
I hate when people just sit there. Like, nigga, join. That's why I hope they hit your ass first. I really got a problem. Okay, so that's balance. Since he started, I don't know. We gotta take one of their ass out because I know what move they got up their sleeve. That was that one was coming through. You better have a good one up your sleeve, all them peppers. You ain't saving them for no reason. Please tell me you're not. I need a balance attack. Yeah, that's something like he might have a fucking thingy for it. Uh-huh. Got your ass out of there. Up out of there. Get the fuck up out of there. I need... Okay, I can do that one. I need 4 pips. Yeah, I'm here.
Our spirits were too weak to resist Tonkatsu's beguiling cacophony. Thank you both for breaking us down so that we may rebuild.
You show resolve, wizard. You are ready to meditate before the shrine of the spirit. Open yourself up and receive its verse.
All that was done, Hamakala shall undo. Long live the hoof and Master Tonkatsu.
Harmony is achieved only through focus. One goes only so far along the path as their mind will allow them to go.
As you meditate at the shrine, you...
Have you the fortitude to continue? Most excellent. Up we go.
Oops. I'm finna die. I'm finna die. But she gonna be here. I just get my health back. I'm gonna need somebody help for you. I gotta fucking leave. They don't let me do that. I'm petty as hell. I gotta put that motherfucker out there. Thank you. Damn, it's taking so long to get to thanks. Damn, it just took 5 years to get there. She got all the pills she need to go ahead and do something. How do I heal her? Can I heal her? She just helped me out. I feel some type of way. I got one more pass, and then I hope she got something to heal herself up in there. Like use the shit to heal motherfuckers bitch out. Take his ass out. Take this bitch ass nigga out. Please don't let her die. Hey, all them damn pips. Yes, okay. Got it.
Our minds were too weak to withstand the malevolent timbre of Tonkatsu's singing bowls. Thank you for correcting our pitch.
Good work, young wizard. Now meditate at the Shrine of the Mind and contemplate all that it teaches.
You close your eyes.
You believe that you are ready to continue your journey? Good.
Ho! The monks have gone mad and won't let us go. We can't take any more of their abuse or their singing.
All that was done, Hamakala shall undo. Long live the hoof and the master Tonkatsu! Tsutsui! Smash!
One must be of sound body to withstand the long, arduous walk along the path of harmony. Stay strong.
Scared now. I'm scared than a motherfucker now. I don't know what the fuck type move that was. Yeah, take all his damn help. Get that shit back to you. Reverse back to you. 700, that's pretty good. Like, man. I need those. Hey, yes.
Oh, my head! Apologies, wizard, and to you, esteemed Dalai Lama. Tonkatsu's vile song sent fury to my fists, but I am in control now.
You have endured much, wizard. Meditate before the shrine of the body and let its message strengthen you.
As you meditate, your aches and pains vanish in a heartbeat, and the very fibers of your being feel bolstered and energized.
Well done, wizard. You have learned the song that will help pave your path. Just do not forget how to carry the tune.
Yes, yes. We're all ready to whistle Rule Malibonia, but the show's not over yet. That raucous Tonkatsu and his hoof ninjas ran off with Lord Beagle, and I caught mention of an evil Asura, whatever that is.
It is as I feared. Tonkatsu has found a vessel for Hamakala. He must be stopped. But first, let us help these battered pups to their base camp.
I got another spell deck. Oh shit, that's pretty cool. I thought you was gone, JC. You ain't heard shit. I thought you was gone. I ain't heard shit. just got a spell that.
They have this $1. They have this $1 item. You want to give me $1 and worth of shit? I got $6.
You rescued the team! But where's Lord Beagle? The ninjas took Lord Beagle to be a vessel for an evil what?
An Asura is a malevolent, power-seeking spirit. Most evil of them all was Hamakala. Long ago, the monks of my order took advantage of Hamakala's vanity and trapped his spirit inside a statue of himself. I believe Master Tonkatsu aims to release Hamakala's spirit into the body of Lord Beagle.
Beagle's political status would grant them audience with every ruling party of the Spiral. They could topple them all from the inside.
Precisely. Wizard, you have learned the secrets of the Pagoda of Harmony. The next leg of your journey begins now. Follow me.
It said follow you, but it didn't tell me where to follow you. Well, I can't set up my deck right now. What do I want to do? Too much balance. Perseverance. I got 3 minions. You say what? Nope. He only was talking to. I was knocked out. I wasn't just asleep. I was not, JC. I was too fast. My ass is gone to the universe. I went to sleep at 5. After I got Kamarion at 6. Call that shit a day. All I know is he was on the phone with Dude-Ass when I woke up, and he told him that I was asleep, and he acted like he didn't give a fuck or didn't care. Talking about it's fucking, huh? Yeah, he was trying to make him wake me up, talking about some it's an emergency. And then when I got on the phone, there wasn't no fucking emergency, and it pissed me off. Because I'm like, shit, I was just asleep for a minute. You feel me? I could have kept going. I'm stressed the hell out. I need all the sleep I can fucking get. Especially when these classes start. The other classes. Sooner or later, my other classes finna start. Alrighty. Now I'm done with that. I just set up my deck. Gotta look through some shit real quick. This is 558. This one is how much? So I can feed that to my pet too. But actually, I'm gonna change pets now. They just gave me a new pet that I ain't even know about. Feed that. Alright. So I just got a new pet. I gotta feed him. Very happy. You're about to enter a dungeon.
Before us lies the entrance to the Hollow Mountain. It is the sacred final pathway to Shangri-Ba. Only the harmonious may enter. Just before the entrance to paradise lies the Temple of Discord, but it is no mere temple. It is Hamakala's tomb. By playing to his vanity, a brave band of monks managed to snare Hamakala inside a statue of himself using a powerful harmony trap. It cost the monks their lives, but their spell has kept Hamakala prisoner for 1,000 years. As a Bhakta Shiva, I am not allowed to enter the Hollow Mountain before my time. This journey is yours, alone. A time will come when you see we are all one. Harmony flows within you and without you. Just remember all that you have learned.
Each other. How do we add each other as friends? each other as friends. Did you reach Crocotopia yet? Did you reach Crocotopia yet? Well, let me know when you get here, when you get in here, so I can go to the main like area and then add you. That way we could be friends on here. Cause we not even friends on here. I got somebody named Dustin as a friend and somebody else.
See what else my game has. I've got a little some new games. What's my favorite?
My bad, JC. I have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I went to the bathroom just now.
Including one Herbert Hoover, who with Leslie Urquhart, famous British millionaire, owned the Russo-Asiatic Corporation, which, if the Russian Revolution hadn't happened, Herbert Hoover would have been one of the richest men in the world. And years later, when he was President of the United States, in 1931, when 1/3 of this country was unemployed, when people didn't have enough to eat, when people were driven to the edge of desperation, President Herbert Hoover said to the San Francisco Examiner, he said, "My greatest ambition in life is to see the overthrow of Bolshevism in Russia." There came, with the Russian Revolution, a break in the fabric of international capitalist history. There now was a country where the unwashed, where the workers of Petrograd and Moscow were actually taking over, where they were actually taking over the land, the labor, the technology, and the resources of their country, where communists were coming in to power. And there's a remarkable correspondence between Secretary of State Lansing and President Woodrow Wilson, in which Lansing said, "The Bolsheviks are wanting in political virtue. They would preach to the ordinary man that he might elevate himself through political means rather than by dint of hard work. This would be a most unfortunate example to the common man in our country and other countries." They understood what was the threat. The Americans themselves, the American ruling class, had very little cap, didn't have all that much. I told you about Hoover and a few other speculators, other people like that. But they joined in with 14 other nations to invade the Soviet Union, to overthrow the socialist government that had just been put in after the Tsar was overthrown. That process of invading a revolutionary country is still happening before our eyes. If you want to understand those years after the Russian Revolution, just look at what's going on in Nicaragua. Invasion, either by directly with troops from your own country, or by using surrogate troops, and they use the white armies and the white generals, the white guard armies. Embargoes, isolation, withholding food supplies, sabotage, encirclement, refusing diplomatic recognition. These are the methods that are used, and these are the methods, time-honored methods, that are being used right now by Reagan against another revolutionary government, which is Nicaragua. That process.
I don't know what the fuck was. I'm tweaking, bro.
Right down your throat. That process of encirclement and destabilization continued right until World War II. On the eve of World War II, Foreign Minister of the Soviet Union named Litvinov went to, did I pronounce the name correctly? No, I can't say it that way. Went to the Western powers and called for an alliance with England, the United States, and France against Nazi Germany. And that if the Germans attacked Czechoslovakia, they would all join in, or attack Poland, or attack anybody, that all the powers would join in to fight Hitler and contain him. The Western allies refused those overtures from the Soviet Union. Not because they were appeasers, not because they were simple and naive, quite the contrary, because they had a plan of their own, and that plan was Munich. And the plan was, we give Hitler Czechoslovakia, and he goes east. And they were waiting for a war, and that war was supposed to come. It was going to be Nazi Germany finishing off Bolshevik Russia. Just they sent armies in against Russia just a few years less than a decade before, so they now plan to do the same. And so they
I don't know what the fuck was. It's
and
not
that war was for, and most of it was for on the Eastern Front. 7 out of every 10 German soldiers who died in that war died on the Eastern Front. The scale of fighting was enormous. The battles of Kursk, Stalingrad, the Battle of Berlin, there's nothing like it that happened in the Western theater, on the Western Front. In the Battle of Berlin, you saw 2 million German soldiers against 3.5 million attacking Soviet soldiers. The losses were stupendous. But at the end of that war, the Soviet Union emerged as a major power. Very weakened, very much weakened, having lost most of its industries west of the Ural, having lost 20 million people, most of its transportation by way of and still by force or oxen in most areas, most of its population, but it still had the Red Army. And yet it was not an army that had any intention of marching through Europe. Well, that was the NATO myth that was cultivated with time. And there's an interesting set of documents that came out in the American Historical Review, which points out now that the West, at the State Department, never really believed that the Soviets were going to invade Western Europe. But that was a myth which they consciously propagated. They knew that after an exhausting war, the last thing the Russian people would ever go for, or the Russian leaders themselves, they would go for was another war. There was no sense, they had no interest in such a war. The war they fought against Germany was defensive, and they wanted to rebuild their country. That was a myth that was consciously propagated. That if we don't stop them, we don't do NATO, we don't double, triple, quadruple our defense forces, the Ruskies will be marching under the Arctic Triumph. The point of all of what I've said so far is this is going down to you that the Cold War did not begin in 1947, but it began in 1917. But the Cold War has been going on even before the Russian Revolution in the sense that the U.S. has been consciously, and other Western countries have been consciously suppressing any kind of revolutionary forces. When Ronald Reagan says that we've got to stop the send and we need to overthrow them because they are an extension of Soviet power, we might ask ourselves, we've been in Nicaragua 11 times, and at least 5 of those times there was no Soviet Union. We've invaded Costa Rica, we've invaded Haiti, we've invaded Mexico, and there wasn't the Soviet Union. We invaded these countries long before there was the Soviet Union. It's not that they're surrogates of the USSR, but that they are developing revolutionary movements which will bring a competing social order, one that will use the land, the labor, the resources, technology, and capital in a different way for social needs, community, for non-profit, public sector development, rather than for private capital accumulation. This would mean the death of capitalism, of that class with its power and privileges, with life as they love it, and hold it, and will fight with tooth and nail to defend it. As Mrs. Bush said, we enjoy our wealth. The U.S. empire at the end of World War II replaced Britain. The Brits were eased out of Iran. British oil companies were replaced by American oil companies. British sugar companies in Honduras were eased out by American sugar companies. And America also picked up the tab. America built a basis, an American empire, over 2,000 bases around the world, major ones. American fleets are on every ocean. American planes fly the skies over every continent, almost. And so we see enormous investment in the third world, and with that enormous investment since World War II, an enormous growth in poverty. Now that's unusual, and that really goes against the accepted ideology, which is that attract investments in here because that'll bring prosperity and jobs, all that sort of thing. But what investment has brought to Haiti is the immiseration of the small Haitian farmers. What investment has brought in Latin America and most other countries has been the displacement of the peasantry, their proletarianization. They're being thrown into shanty towns to suffer poverty wages and chronic underemployment. What investment has brought us with it also is increasing illiteracy, sickness, disease, poverty, and a dislocation and disfranchisement. A growing foreign debt, indebtedness, growing investment for cash crops. By the way, that's what the whole Mexican Revolution was about. Was the land going to belong to the Mexicans so they could grow beans and alfalfa and feed their people? Or was the land going to belong to the big sugar companies and latifundio owners so they could grow sugar to export as a cash crop to make more money, to yet make more money, or coffee or whatever else? And with that growth, with that investment comes a dislocation in the structure of the third world country, so that the whole infrastructure of it gets built around capital extraction. The economist Ray Brown, when he went to Cuba before the revolution, it was in 1958, he was there about a year or so before, was impressed by how every major road he saw went from a sugar plantation to a refinery to the seaport. Well, there were whole communities without roads. They couldn't get to doctors. They couldn't have schools. Couldn't see a priest. The sugar companies had their roads. And when you send foreign aid to those countries, 9 out of 10 of those dollars goes to build the infrastructure to subsidize the capital investment of the private corporations, or to pay for the police and the army of that country, not to defend it from foreign invasion, because Uruguay is not going to invade Bolivia, because Taiwan isn't going to be invaded by the Philippines. But it needs those big armies to defend their rulers from their own people, because those people are in such a state of commiseration. So that's where our foreign aid goes. And as someone once said, foreign aid is when the poor people, like us, of a rich country, give money to the rich people. And when Kenneth Boulding gets up and he says, an economist, and you can see when you get rich people like Kenneth Boulding speaking so naively. You can see the troubles you get into, the swamps you get into, the baby talk, silliness you get into when you think without heart, when you think without rationality. And Kenneth Boulding says, one of America's leading economists, he says, empire is irrational because it costs more than what we get out of it. The British, it cost them more in India than what they got out of it. The American investment in the Philippines is only about $3.5 billion, but we had to give them about $6 billion in aid. It costs us more than what we get out of it. And that's when you think without a class analysis. Because as we know, as you're going to know before the evening's over, that it's very profitable. Because the people who have the $3 billion investment aren't the same ones as people who pay the $6 billion. As Thorsten Veblen said back in 1909, and Boulding should have read it even if he is a Marxist, as Veblen said, the wealth that's extracted from imperialism goes to the coffers of the select few, whereas the costs of empire are paid out of the common treasures of the people. And so it was with the British Empire in India. It was the rich, ordinary working people who paid for the cost of empire. It was the Bank of England, the East India Trading Company, that got the cream. And so with the Philippines, right? Of course, to your collaborator, Tom Dorothy, what he got was some shoes. It was what? God knows his shoes were his girlfriends. Okay. Another resource in the third world that attracts capital investment. And you say to yourself, what is that mysterious resource? I'm looking at El Salvador, right? And I'm looking at the companies that are in El Salvador. And I look and I see Pillsbury, Procter & Gamble, U.S. Steel, Continental, ITT, Firestone, Ford. I'm saying to myself, what the hell is El Salvador? Sugar, bananas, what are these companies doing? What they do is they're manufacturing everything from energy, rods, to baking powder, from auto tires to computers. Here in El Salvador, a very precious resource, which is machine labor, which is paying people 50 cents an hour. And so I have to pay auto workers $15 an hour up here. You go down here, you pay 15 cents, 50 cents an hour. That becomes a very attractive thing. And you go to South Korea. New York Times had a story about the South Korean farm girl who worked in the textile companies that used to be in New England until they moved south. And then when the Southern workers unionized, they moved to South Korea, where the nice fascist little country where if the workers try to unionize, they get beaten up and thrown in jail or they get shot dead. And the Korean farm girls in those textile compounds are working for 18 cents an hour. 18 cents an hour for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. No time off. And if you want a day off, you work a double shift if you want to go see your family again on the farm. And they live in compounds. That's the Industrial Revolution, that's 1870. But that's big profit. And that's what they call capital investment, development, friendly nation, staunch allies, good relations, stabilization, stability. And And General Motors, they tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that they've got to take over Detroit and they've got to close down factories because the cars aren't selling as well as they should. What they don't tell you is that in the last 10 years, General Motors has opened up a dozen new factories in other countries for the reasons I just talked about. So here's another resource. This, in fact, is the key resource, the resource which is the source of wealth, along with natural resources, which is labor. Because one thing about labor, it's one of the commodities of production. It's the one commodity that does not use up its own value entirely in that process of production. It creates wealth. Now, there's another development that has come with all of this. And that other development is that revolutionary movements have been emerging all around the history of social order. The United States has been for why we must go on with our military intervention in third world, why we must attack countries like Nicaragua, why we must oppose the guerrilla movement in El Salvador, why we must try to overthrow Afghanistan, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, and various other countries where the forces of social change are taking place. And the reason they give is the freedom of the people there for democracy. We are in Central America to defend democracy. Well, a moment's reflection would raise some serious questions about that hypothesis, because it becomes clear that in fact the U.S. government has a record in this of overthrowing democracy. In Chile, Salvador Allende, elected in free, open election, was overthrown. In fact, in 2011, was driven into exile. All with the support of the United States, which after Allende's election cut off all aid except to the Chilean military. In Guatemala in 1954, the Arbenz government was instituted, and Arbenz legalized all student organizations. Students were very powerful. The first democratically elected president of Guatemala legalized trade unions, opposition newspapers, and then he started doing very important things. He began to nationalize the of United States government. And that's when U.S. corporations and the CIA went in and overthrew and the CIA, the Eisenhower administration, admits that Eisenhower proudly boasted of how the CIA overthrew Arbenz because he was a serious leftist influence.
Oh, it's not a woolly, just a wizard. Wait, it's a wizard! Hoof, attack!
So with Bosch in the Dominican Republic, so with a variety of other democratic leaders, at least 6 or 7 in Latin America, who were overthrown, generals brought in with the aid and assistance of the U.S. government. So it can't be that we're there to foster democracy. We seem to also make war against democracy. And in addition, we support some of the worst dictators. If Reagan is really against tyranny, if he really hates tyranny, why doesn't he send freedom fighters into Paraguay or Chile or South Africa? Why doesn't he start sabotaging there, putting a squeeze on them? In fact, the whole fight with Libya might be less of a mystery if you understand that really the worst thing about Colonel Gaddafi, who is a kind of strange guy in some ways. But not as strange as the media has made him out. He has called, and you don't know this, most of you do that. He has called repeatedly for negotiations between him and Reagan, for peaceful negotiations, for peaceful settlements, and the Reagan administration has repeatedly rebuffed those overtures. That isn't sitting in the press. I'm not blaming you for not knowing it. You're not going to read it in that rag that I saw out there, Colorado thing that said terrorists in Libya. He has done that, and he's done some other things which make him really dangerous. It's not the terrorism. It's not the attack on the Vienna and Berlin airports, for which they have no proof that Libya was involved, and which they have proof that the terrorists came out of Syria. The troublesome thing about Gaddafi is that when he took over in 1969, he took over a country that was like Saudi Arabia, a country of mass misery, a lot of rich oil that went into the pockets of a few rich. And when his Colonel's revolution took over, they got rid of the rich. They took all their extra houses and gave them to the poor. They put out a land reform program. They put out a public free school program. They started a national health medical program, something that we Americans still don't have. The Libyans have it. And ecological reclamation. These are some of the things that Gaddafi did, and that's a dangerous example to the Arab world. He took a bigger chunk of the oil revenue and reinvested it to the needs of his own people, and the first half of the revenue of the Libyan people are the highest in the Arab world, the highest in the third world. You didn't hear that in the media, did you? You didn't hear that on Dan Rather tonight. That's and the Q comes, you know the Q raised up Gaddafi as a tyrant over his own people, like a Sandinistas of like Allende was a tyrant over his Chilean people. The minute they start social reform, the minute they start tampering with our oil, our bananas, our sugar, our copper, our iron, our bauxite, why, they're tyrants. The second myth that's given to us is that these revolutionary governments are hostile to us. And that's why we oppose them. Like when they should surrender us. They're friendly to us. Why is it friendly?
Are they getting hit?
What is being so friendly about? What is the community of interest that they have? I already explained it, I believe. It's a common fact. And the left-wing guys come in and get to speak to us. Well, that doesn't really seem to be true, though. The first thing these left-wing governments do when they come into power is ask for friendly diplomatic and economic relations with the U.S. Certainly that's what the Sandinistas did. They honored the debt that swindler Somoza ran up, and they asked for closer economic relations. That's what the Cubans want. Every socialist country, from a huge power like the Soviet Union to a small power like Vietnam or Cuba, to a mini micro power like Russia, every single one of them asking for more trade, normal political, economic, and diplomatic relations with the United States. Not necessarily out of love, but because they saw it in their self-interest. Because their interest was to develop their own economy.
You cannot comprehend the evil Master Tonkatsu conducts, young one. Hamikala will stomp you flat!
In which Fidel Castro makes that point. We want to spend less on our military defense. It doesn't make sense to the Cubans. Why must they go 16,000 miles away to Japan to buy school buses? That's where the Cubans get them. They go 16,000 miles away.
None but the harmonious shall pass. Use the prayer wheels to prove you have learned the movements of the Pagoda of Harmony. As with any song, the order of the movements matter. Start with the leftmost prayer wheel, working your way to the right. If you were truly observant, the final chorus will be obvious. If not, you will suffer one last lesson at my hands.
Emotion comes and goes. Much firmer than love is self-interest, and therefore the basis for some kind of normal relations with those countries. No, my friends, it's really the Reagan administration that runs the show whenever there's the first sign of friendliness from the socialist revolutionary country. Reagan is not look at that. In regard to the Soviet Union, for instance, in armaments, Reagan will not take yes for an answer. The final reason given is that we must contain the red tide. You heard that March speech by Ronald Reagan, vintage stuff, where he talked about a red tide lapping our borders. If we allowed Nicaragua, to sustain the kind of government that its people have chosen in free and open elections. If we allow that, our own and you can see that superpower 50,000 men army and up through Guatemala, Mexico, Texas, right up here to the heartland, right into Boulder, Colorado, dancing with your daughters and your sisters. Do we want that? I hear that big dancing. The image of that is the image of that tiny nation of 3 million being a threat to us, you know? It reminds me of the Vietnam War. We used to hear that same stuff. We said, if we don't fight them in the jungles of Vietnam, we'll have to be fighting them on the shores of California. And Walter Lippmann said, the image of the Vietnamese getting into their little PT boats and coming across the Pacific and taking California is an insult to the U.S. Navy. It's very hard to convince the American people that they should send their sons, and maybe who knows someday even their daughters, to go fight and die in some jungle to make the world safe for the United States something that Jason Happy or Procter & Gamble or ITC. So we say it stops the threat of that kind of country. It's very hard to convince the American people that a tiny country like Nicaragua or Vietnam or Salvador is a threat to the U.S. Not Nicaragua. They're puppets of the people who are the puppets of the big red bear in the Kremlin. And yet again, as I just said, these countries continually want friendly overtures, including continually want friendly relations, including the Soviet Union. What we hear also is that there's another pernicious element, and the thing we have to stop in these countries is a thing called communism. And that there are communists in these countries. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it's time we ask, what's a communist? What does a communist do that is so dangerous? They would have us believe that communists need hunger for power rather than wanting the power to end hunger. They would have us believe New York Times, let me refer to the editorial where they describe the undesirable and offensive monopolist regime. By the way, these countries don't have governments, they have regimes. See, that's what we say all the time. We have governments. And I said to myself, what is undesirable and offensive about monopoly? Is it the land reform program? Where they took all that massive land owned by those few rich compradors and gave it out to the people who were starved for land? Is it the farm co-ops that they're setting up? Is it the community industries and the public works programs to create jobs for people who will be chronically unemployed? Is it the food program, a ration of beans and rice for every kid in Nicaragua so that nobody, no matter how poor that country is, they're all getting fed? Is it having the lowest infant mortality rate in Central America despite earthquakes, civil war, colonization, and attack and embargo? What's so offensive about monopoly? It is those things in some degree. It is creating a competing social order. It is people, it is those who have been downtrodden, it has been those who have been used as product in the capital accumulation process, now claiming back the process of production, claiming back their own land, claiming back their own flag, their own dignity. And then this country is going to be collapsed. Not for you anymore, Mr. President. That's the communist program, and that's what communists are. I had somebody up in Vermont say, she got up, and she was one of those trust funders who works on peace a lot, and she said, oh, sorry. She said, people saying that the Salvadoran war is a communist, but they're not communists. They're just ordinary peasants. The implication being that if they were communists, it would be okay to go in and pulverize them. And I pointed out that, well, look, at least in the FLMN, the front, there's at least 2 of those 5 groups. At least 2.
Fools! On your guard! Ready the defenses. Master Tonkatsu must not be disturbed. Show the wizard no mercy!
They say it. And they'll say it proudly. And what does it mean to be a communist? It means to fight and devote yourself to the people. If communists, if we leftists, if we Marxists, if we revolutionaries, if we progressives, if all we want is to hunger for power, then why do we side with the powerless? Then why don't we toady up the power? Why don't we take the road of the Henry Kissingers and the Daniel Patrick Moynihan and the Ziggy Brzezinskis and the Eugene Rostows and the McGeorge Bush's who toady up and mouth to power? When Henry Kissinger was made National Security Advisor to Richard Nixon, Nelson Rockefeller gave him $50,000 as a going-away present. As Nelson Rockefeller testified himself before the Senate committee when he was being appointed Vice President of the United States. And they asked, and the senators, well, he was going at Rockefeller really hard. They said, and Rockefeller said, we'll give you those minutes now. They cast their breath upon the water, then more and more came back, didn't it? He was saying to Henry Kissinger, Henry, I brought you out of Harvard. I brought you out of that Center for, or whatever that was, strategic studies, because I like the books you were writing them for me. Henry, you remember, you're going to go work for Tricky Dick, but you remember who you belong to. And that's what hungering for power is. It's climbing, like the political climbers and careers have done in every country in the world. And we on the left don't do that. We stand out in the rain. We stand out in the picket line. We put ourselves on the line. We risk our careers. In many cases, we risk our physical safety and our lives in all sorts of countries. If it's power we want, why do we take such a secure risk? If it's power thing the government wants, why is it standing back there? For 70 years, standing like a leaf. Well, communists do all these reform things yet. And the liberal communist Richard Cohen in the Washington Post says, and I think I heard about 800 different people, and we always happy with the communists too. Why are we always on the wrong side? Why do we go into these countries and find ourselves on the side of the big landowners, the sweatshop owners, the big corrupt generals, or run their prostitution rackets on the side, and so why do that element? Why not? Why don't we copy their techniques? What are their techniques? Well, communist techniques are very well known. Just the things you just said. They go into the village. They do land reform. They try to bring clean drinking water. They pay for the food they take. They try to help the people organize themselves. That's what they do. But if we did those things, we not only would have stolen their program, we would have become them. That's what they're doing. That's the thing we're fighting to prevent. Not fighting to prevent. That's why we always focus on the wrong side, because the wrong side is the right side for the class interests of this administration and every other administration that occupies the White House. So it's the part of U.S. policy, ladies and gentlemen, to use fascism to preserve capitalism while claiming to be saving democracy from communism. Now, the Soviet Union is a serious problem for world capitalism. First, it's the strongest socialist country. As the strongest socialist country, it is a major target. Second, it has other revolutionary movements, mostly just diplomatically, politically, morally, but also sometimes with material aid. Not much, but radical aid in the case of Vietnam. So, one goal is to try to contain the Soviet Union. The dream is finally to roll back the events of 1917, to undo history, to bring back that time when all the world belonged to us, and there were no problems like this. And there became an encirclement of the Soviet Union. The most targeted socialist country in the world today is not Israel, nor is Libya, if you want to call Libya socialist. I wouldn't quite.
When I fucking eat it, I'm not sure.
Dangerous from the class interest, so it's what we call socialist. The most conservative
Like when I want to help somebody out, I
there is a
We are bested! Scatter! Run! Quickly before Master Tonkatsu brings Hamakala down upon us!
A race. As you know, the model of a race is two proponents moving, each more furiously ahead of the other, trying to make put as much space to get to some goal. That model doesn't explain arms escalation. What we have had, rather, has been an arms chase. With one side, the U.S. unilaterally escalating each time, and the other side, the Soviet Union, playing catch-up, often with a 2 to 7 year lag in the particular weapon system. That was true of the A-bomb, the hydrogen bomb, the long-range bomber, submarine launch missiles, the MERS, the multiple warheads, the ICBM, tactical nuclear weapons, Challenge 2 rockets, and now even today with the MX, the cruise, the Pershing, and the neutron bomb, the rate model doesn't explain it. It's a chase. As the Soviets said several years ago, don't build a neutron bomb. If you build it, then we will have to build it. Don't build the MX. If you do that, we will escalate on our ICBM.
What the hell are you doing, Cat?
That's hardly a race. That's more of a chase. The other side asking that this escalation not take place, and then when the escalation does, it reluctantly moves on and enters it also. Reluctantly, I say, because the arms race has had a tremendous damaging effect on the Soviet economy. Every time they have to build another tank, that's one less subway car for the subway. In the USSR, any city that reaches 1 million people gets a new subway built in it. Every new missile means that much less quality consumer goods. It also, by the way, has the same grain on our country, but it's not as evident given the arms race here. The defense spending is, of course, an enormous job to the only class in terms of profit, guaranteed cost overruns, job contracts, and so forth. The Soviet Union has a capital shortage, unlike the U.S., which has a capital surplus. And so the Soviet Union has a labor shortage, unlike the U.S., where there are 20 million people underemployed. It has a small industrial base, so to match our greater strain on it. It has scientists who prefer working in the civilian sector because their work in the military sector remains anonymous. Managers who would have management jobs in the civilian sector. In short, it has a number of rational reasons why it would like to diminish the arms race. As Gorbachev has said again and again, we have a lot of building in our own country. We have never had a normal year in our history. We have had invasions, and again, forced collectivization, arms race, and we would like to have some normal year. Again, not necessarily love, but something much stronger, which is self-interest. So I would argue that Soviet escalations have been mostly reactive and defensive to U.S. escalations. This is true also if you look at the Soviet Navy. It has, until very recently, no aircraft carriers for attack and including actions. It now has one. It's had a few mini carriers. The Soviet fleet is built almost entirely to tracking the U.S. fleet to see where it's going. Soviet interest in development is reflected in the proposals that they have made. You could say, well, words are cheap, I want to see actions. First of all, words aren't cheap. Words count too. What a nation says is reflective of what it's doing. but actual moves also been taken. For instance, 1. The Soviets proposed the eventual disbanding of the NATO and Warsaw Army. A proposal of gradual, mutual de-escalation. That's one, 2 words of that, now like that. The U.S. turned down that proposal, which did not even discuss. The Soviets proposed in the last 4 years, nuclear-free.
Brash wizard! Woes to your doom if that is your wish.
Which France and Great Britain had. That was a proposal made 3 years ago. It's a proposal which Gorbachev has brought forth again. It's one which Reagan has ignored, but simply proposed for zero sum, and without the 2 reasonable stipulations which Moscow has asked for, namely that if we get rid of all our missiles both sides, we also guarantee that you don't transfer any of your existing missiles in Europe to the French or British, and the French and British begin to get rid of their missiles. Or at least at this stage, they freeze them. And in fact, the French and British now are increasing their number of intermediate range missiles. And remember, intermediate range missiles in the West, cruise and hurling missiles in Western Europe are not intermediate range. They can reach Soviet soil, so they are strategic. They can hit Soviet ICBMs. Soviet SS-20s are nasty weapons indeed, but they cannot reach the United States. They cannot knock out any MXs or ICBMs. They are not first-class potential. Another thing to remember, cruise and hurling missiles that are now in Europe have a 7-minute strike time. That's the end of the turn. And this is why Gorbachev and the Russians are beside themselves about the cruise and hurling. This is why they walked out of Geneva in 1983, because Reagan refused to negotiate on the cruise and hurling. Which allowed Reagan to turn around and say, we went to Geneva, but they walked out. And you're going to do now with the latest cancellation. What you do is you shove the person away, you act hostile toward them, they get up and say, well, I just don't want to negotiate. You walk out and then you turn to people and say, you see, they don't want to reach an agreement. If it takes me a half hour to get my missiles over and kill you, and you a half hour to kill me, then in that half hour I let mine go, you know they're coming. And you let yours go at me. That is a deterrence to me. However, if I can reduce the striking time to 7 minutes, and they're so low and fast, and your radar can only pick them up in the last 2 minutes, I now have a first strike capacity on you. You no longer have deterrence. I no longer can fear your missiles, because my missiles are targeting yours. And I'll knock out all your missiles, and then I'll have a second strike capacity to hit you. You'll have a feeble retaliatory strike. Your feeble retaliatory strike, however, will be blocked out by my Star Wars. Ah, is that what Star Wars is all about? Yes. You see, the criticisms about Star Wars are largely people say, scientists have said, it's an ridiculous concept. It's going to have to work the first time and work perfectly. Also, if the Soviets launch their 10,000 missiles at us and a
you gotta make this shit count.
Let's destroy the world. And they send the missiles at us. Only then will Star Wars have to work perfectly. But if the function of Star Wars is to be a shield against the feeble retaliatory strike of the Soviets after a first strike by the U.S., then Star Wars becomes much more effective. And Ronald Reagan himself let the cat out of the bag last year when he said it doesn't have to work perfectly. He speaks, no, they got him away from the platform and all that. Because they explained it to him just that morning at breakfast. And it is... If I can only block out 90% of 10,000 missiles, I'll be destroyed by 1,000 missiles. But if all the Russians have left are 60 or 70 missiles, and I can block out 90% of those, then only 7 or 8 will hit. And that is called excessive collateral damage. Kind of like that. We mentioned it before. 20 million, anywhere from they estimate from 4 to 20 million. Excessive collateral damage. So we would have won one to the like that all the time. But short of starting nuclear war, the grand design is to have a first strike capacity. What is the 1947 Cuban Missile Crisis, when Kennedy sat there and thought of a strike against the Soviet Union. And they realized that Khrushchev really had only one, possibly two ICBMs that could reach the U.S., and it would only reach the northeast corner of the U.S. But they estimated that it might cause 1 million, 2 million casualties, and that would be politically unacceptable. And so they discarded any idea of a nuclear strike against the Soviets. That one missile may have saved our lives. So it's not true that the missiles just build up blindly on both sides. They're caught in this irrational race. That it's just something in man's nature to war. I love those songs, but there was something about the politics in one of them that didn't ring right with me. That it's just people caught up in this meanness and killing for killing, and when are we going to reach our senses? That's not the way it works. It's not something that's something in our nature. Why would they have to draft us? Why would they have to use press gangs and drag us in? The Nazi leader Hermann Göring said, nobody, no poor Slav wants the war, not even a German. Why do they want to sit in a stinking trench with the smell of blood, listening to the screams of everybody lying there, quivering with cold and terror? Where does he want to be? He wants to be in his home. He wants to be on his farm. He wants to be with his family. No poor Slav wants to live. Hang him out, dress him up, and beat the drums and wave the flag.
What the fuck? Give me the fucking multiple hit. Why do I gotta have two fucking... Oh my god, this killing me.
That was voted 124 to 1. Who was the one? Not the U.S.
I don't know what to use.
It wasn't the American.
I was trying to use the fucking... It's taking forever.
American people didn't want weapons into outer space, at least back in those days before it started with 124 to 1 with one abstention. No, it was Margaret Thatcher, who, as we all know, is Ronald Reagan in drag. We will not be the first to ever use nuclear weapons, and the only reason they signed that is because they cannot imagine any time when it would be in their interest.
5 years to get that fucking church car.
To be the first to use nuclear weapons. They haven't ruled out the possible use of them, and they keep building too. That no first use pledge, the U.S. refused to sign it. Well, for what? That's less hypocrisy, because when push comes to shove, the missiles are going to fly, they're going to fly, right? No! It's an indication of their interest and their strategy to some degree. Sometimes there's lies and deception. You're not signing no first use pledge, because no first use, because they have threatened, every administration has threatened the use of nuclear weapons. It's part of U.S. foreign policy. That's the Star Wars. That's the first strike. That's the first law. It's to gain dominance again over the socialist countries, over the third world, by having nuclear superiority.
Bullshit!
The U.S. threatened the first use of using nuclear weapons at Quezon during the Korean War. Eisenhower did. Nixon thought of using nuclear weapons at what was that battle? During the Tet Offensive, was that Quezon? I'm getting my words mixed up. In Quezon in Vietnam, and then I forget what the other battle, the Reservoir Battle in Korea, was Eisenhower. The Eisenhower administration not only thought, deliberated using them, but actually decided to at Dien Bien Phu, and said yes, and often nuclear weapons to the front. There's one use on these practical nuclear weapons. At Dien Bien Phu, the French refused. So they were quite ready to use them then. And any number of occasions, by the way, the use of nuclear weapons, the Kennedy administration and the Cuban Missile Crisis seriously considered the use of nuclear weapons against the Soviet Union, as I mentioned before. So it is a part of home. It is one of the weapons that are to be used to maintain imperial hegemony, to keep history from happening, to keep people under the gun. So if they signed the no first pledge, they could no longer threaten using a weapon. It would show them to be hypocrites and liars. They signed the pledge, and here they are threatening to use the weapon. If they signed the pledge threatening to use the weapon, they would undercut the credibility of the use of the weapon. Or if they signed the no first pledge, this would undercut the credibility of the threat to use the weapon. And the value of those weapons is a threat. And by the way, it may not be that the U.S. is ready to destroy the USSR. Their ultimate plan is really to get such a superiority with Star Wars crews, purging and all that, forward attack planes and submarines and everything else, that they will just be able to dictate terms, as I was saying. And so this music pledge does not fit into that scheme of things at all. Therefore, the problems are not really totally symmetrical between Moscow and Washington. The Soviet Union is one of the best kept secrets in the United States. The Supreme Soviet in February of 1981 voted unanimously to endorse a neutral, bilateral, verifiable nuclear treaty that was virtually identical to the ones which were passed in those 20 Vermont townships and villages in the United States and endorsed in hundreds of towns and cities in America. In its wording, it was almost word for word the same pledge. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union that same month voted unanimously to endorse a nuclear freeze. The U.S. has, in fact, ignored any proposal for nuclear freeze despite a massive movement involving millions of people in this country, probably the biggest mass movement in such a short time in our history was the nuclear freeze movement. You don't realize, some of you don't realize the history you're making. You don't realize, but it's incredible. It dwarfed, at least for the first 5 years, it dwarfed the civil rights movement. It dwarfed the Union movement in the 30s. And
You kill the fuck out of
the nuclear freeze.
You could have been used that.
Consider it didn't fit into their very rational plan. It didn't kind of world. The Soviet Union has called for the reduction of ICBM. The Reagan administration refused to negotiate it. It was totally ignored that offer in 1982 and ignored it again when more dramatically Gorbachev came up and said, let's not negotiate it, but let me give you numbers. A 50% cut.
Get this butter away. Time is but a window. I will be back.
The
song of discord has been bested by the dreadful wailing of harmony. But Hamakala and the Hoof will not sit quieted for long.
I say, that was quite the overture, wasn't it? What do you say? You and I make haste for a less hostile venue.
Still observing unilateral moratorium on anti-satellite weapon testing. The Soviet Union called for last year cuts in conventional forces against NATO and Warsaw. The Soviet Union unilaterally observed a moratorium on underground nuclear testing and has called for a total ban of all nuclear testing. Because Gorbachev knows that if you stop
Beagle, is that you?
that's the end of
Well, it's not Sherlock Bones. Yes, it's me, in the fur. All thanks to our wizard friend here.
And Reagan knows that also.
No time to celebrate, though. We have to get a move on. We have a trade ship to Krakatopia to catch. Oh, I hope it hasn't left yet.
For the rest of this year. And the Reagan administration said, oh, that's because they do all their testing early in the year.
The great Hamakala will surely grant me a powerful governorship for dealing with you.
Oh, great and
catch up, and when it comes December 31st, you say to them, we're going to observe it too. Didn't do that. January 1st came, and Gorbachev said, we will extend that moratorium several more months. And the U.S. said, oh, they extended because they don't test in the cold months, January, February, March. They don't test then. Although they told you do all their testing in the early part of the year. I don't understand that one. And then when they extended the moratorium yet a bit further, the argument was...
Good job, young wizard. I can now teach you a new spell to add to your deck.
For the American people. And we, in order to reach the ultimate point of getting rid of nuclear weapons, will have to continue testing right now. And what was a masterful phase of double think. I mean, that was an actual quote. I wish I had it. I couldn't find it in my material on the plane. What I'm arguing here, ladies and gentlemen, is that U.S. foreign policy is not foolish, it's not stupid, it's quite rational. When someone says, what are we doing? We're opposing guerrillas in El Salvador and we're supporting guerrillas in Nicaragua. That's quite rational. Because the guerrillas in El Salvador want to change the social order, and the so-called guerrillas, they're not guerrillas, they don't live with the people and they're based in the country. The mercenaries and contras who are attacking Nicaragua want to bring back the old order. It's a very rational system. They're not foolish, they're not confused, they know what they're doing. It is to defend the class order, to make the world safe for hypocrisy. Star Wars, besides being that defense, that first strike shield, people said it's too expensive. What are you talking about? It's too expensive. That's one of its attractions. It's going to cost $1 trillion. It'll cost more than the entire New Deal WPA program and the Manhattan Project, which gave us the atomic bomb, and the Eisenhower Highway Project. Put all of them together, and the building of the railroads, put all of them together. They won't cost as much as Star Wars. $1 trillion is for the first stage. They think the first stage. That's what the boys like who have these defense contracts. That's what they love. They see dollar bills. Getting there is all the fun. Whether the system works or doesn't work, the expensiveness is the major attraction. It will violate the ABM treaty, and now we see even it violate the atmospheric testing treaty. What's wrong with that? Reagan has no loyalty to the ABM or the atmospheric testing. He's been wanting to violate them since he's been in office. Now, having said all this, and giving you this picture, I would like to add something else. That the ruling class rules, but it doesn't rule quite in the way it wants to. That in fact, we must not be overwhelmed by these facts or this analysis, but we must be enlightened. We can understand why they do these things. Ronald Reagan's not stupid. He gets confused. He goes to Ecuador and says it's wonderful being here in Colombia. You know, I mean, he does things like that, and he muffles down questions. Reagan, though, has been the most successful and rational and persistent president that I have ever seen in office in every single area, whether it's NLRB or busting unions or cutting human services or taking environmental or defense spending, foreign policy. He has advanced, or the appointment of reactionary judges in every single area, defunding the left, whatever. He has not left a stone unturned. He has advanced and pushed persistently. He has a cohesive goal and program. It's the goal of Cap Weinberger and Pat Buchanan. It's the goal of the radical right, and he has been rather successful at it, but not completely. Because at the same time, in the years that Reagan has been in office, the protest has grown. Democratic forces have grown. Changes continue throughout the world. Peace forces in the Soviet Union, by the way, there are massive peace forces. Millions of people marched. The Leningrad Peace Committee. Those photos of these people marching with these banners. No missiles east or west. And again, you should make a distinction between a country which supports and encourages a massive peace movement and a government like ours which derides it, red baits it, ignores it, or puts it down. A nuclear freeze movement. Democratic forces have grown in power in Vietnam. Do you realize that Ronald Reagan has not invaded Nicaragua? I mean, do you realize, as I said before, that the United States has invaded Nicaragua 11 times and has actually occupied Nicaragua 3 times, including for periods of as much as 10 or 13 years, and the Marines went in there and burnt huts and killed people and raped and murdered and dismembered people? Coleman McCarthy just had a column in the Washington Post of a 78-year-old guy who said, I was in there when we were fighting Sandino back in 1928, and when I got out as a young kid, I had nightmares for years after. I shot innocent people. We saw guys getting their genitals cut off and tortured. And you did that? Do you realize that? Do you realize today the United States has a striking power, a deployment power, a delivery power that's 1,000 times more powerful than anything Calvin Coolidge had? And you got a president that's 1,000 times nuttier than Calvin Coolidge, who would like to go in there, who wants to go in, and yet he hasn't? Well, what held him back? It's the Democratic forces. It's the same thing that kept Nixon from using nuclear weapons in Vietnam, as the story came out when the Pentagon Papers were released, or not the Pentagon Papers, the White House tapes, where they were afraid of what the disruption and the reaction of the people in their own country. It's the Democratic forces in this country, it's the Democratic forces around the world, it's the Nicaraguan people who are armed and ready. You could go in and carpet bomb it with B-52s, not lose a single man. You just devastate it, destroy it. But then you have to go in with troops. Like that line in the city, you would make it a graveyard and call it peace. But those troops would still find survivors and they would have to fight them. And there would be unacceptable losses. And Americans would die in Nicaragua. And the war might escalate. And all of the Latin American people might rise up. Why do you think those Latin American leaders, those corrupt, rich, comprador, collaborationist leaders, say to Ronald Reagan, we don't want you in Nicaragua, we oppose that policy, we support the comprador program? Are they suddenly going left on it? No, they're worried about the reaction of their own people. The losses in Nicaragua would be unacceptable, but unacceptable to whom? Not to Ronald Reagan. He wouldn't mind losing 2, 3, 4,000 American boys to take Nicaragua. That's no loss to him. He's got plenty of product. He's got it right in this room. You have to down there. He had 261 Marines blown away in Lebanon in one day, and he wanted to go back in with more and fight more. Those were losses to him. There was no skin off his nose. It's his class interest he's worrying about. He kept talking about the emergence of the Lebanese left and Lebanese socialism. And we must stop it. It was unacceptable losses politically. It means that there are political forces that can fight back. That it's too costly to him, not morally. So, we may be stronger than we think. And we must never believe what they try to make us believe about ourselves, that we're weak, that we don't have it, you see. Let me just close with one last little story, okay? Because I've been going too long. I lived in Washington. I was living in Washington for about 6 years, and I was asked by some Filipino exiles in 1981, I think it was, or 82, to go speak at Lafayette Park. The White House is right across the street from Lafayette Park. I always tell friends, I speak at the White House a lot. There's a big megaphone, and I speak at the White House. You speak at the White House? Yes, I speak at the White House. With the microphone. And so there I was, speaking, you know. And this Filipino was so appreciative, it was so moving to me. Oh, Michael Frank, and so I give this speech and I talk about the Philippines. What I said to you, the Philippines are not a poor country. Only people are poor, and I said this whole thing on. And here's this little band about 200 people, about half Filipino, half American. And you know, and I look at this, and I look across at the White House. You know what I see? I see about 600 police. Their helmets, their guns, rockets, fists, everything, cars, all the stuff, all over there. And I see limousines, a fleet of limousines from Marcos, President Marcos, coming up to the of course it's blocked up, but you can see the limousines go up there to get hugged and kissed by Ronnie Reagan, because he's a great defender of democracy, this Marcos. And I see all this displaying power. And I see these Filipino heavies, security, they come around, they're looking at the Filipinos, like checking them out. They recognize anybody else. And I'm standing there with our little, brave little band of 200 people without signs, and we're walking around chanting. And I do what a lot of people do in this situation. I start to bleed inside. I start to say, God, look at that power, look at that wealth, look at the force, So I got this little band of people, you know? And then after I gave my talk, I wandered over to, we had a fence up and we had a display of pictures of Filipinos who had been tortured and found dead. Grisly photos by the Marcos people. And a Marcos security guy, a Filipino thug, comes walking up. And he looks at the pictures standing next to me. And he goes, and he sort of smirks. Like, you know. And I never had such a feeling I wanted to really, you know, give him one upside his head. But I've outgrown those days. He's saying, look at this, they got it all. What do we do? And look what's happened 3 years later. Just look what's happened. This incredible transition. Democratic forces mobilized. And this Marcos just blown away. Just remember who has the source of power. When the people get it together, they have a strength like nothing human. When the democratic forces move, the forces of reaction must retreat. And these great generals and dictators and presidentes who sit there in their big palaces with their voodoo and their corruption and their bayonets and their guns and their spies everywhere, they get thrown off just as a stallion would thrown off a little fly. So we speak truth to power. Just remember that. Speak truth to power. Mobilize, organize, never be sad. Remember what the great Italian communist Antonio Gramsci said, you have a pessimism of the mind, but an optimism of the will. You see the worst, you consider the worst, you work against it, but in here, you work for what is freedom, what is justice, for what is right. It is our destiny, it is our future. The future itself depends upon it. Thank you.
572.
If you wish to ask Professor Parenti some questions, please come to the microphone. There are 2 microphones out here on the floor, and he'll be happy to take questions.
Let me remind you, there's a demonstration starting about now, right out on the terrace after this is over. I thought I talked about Libya already. Gave you my analysis. You mean the recent events of the terror attacks? I don't know what the question was. I've always thought the man is very bright. I exchanged with him when he was a Chuck Fellow at Yale, and I had gone back as a visiting fellow. And I asked him a couple of questions. Yes, he knew what it was about, and he answered them when he was governor of California. This was. I've never thought of Ronald Reagan as dumb. He's not that quick anymore, and he has a tough task. But he's a consummate liar and fabricator. He can take any point, any question, and turn it into a polemical point. He has real political instinct. He's a real political animal, the way Jimmy Carter wasn't. For instance, when the shuttle blows up, he comes on, he makes a speech, and he turns that disaster into a price paid for glory. This sacrifice cannot be in vain. We must go on, and we will get to the truth. And our system, things are in the open. Then he appoints William Rogers, who's in bed with the space industry, to start this commission investigation and do a miserable little job, almost to cover up, except people kept leaking things to the press, so the commission had to go then and ask these questions. And that's an example of it. I think he's a very effective spokesman for his class, and very effective leader for his class. If you don't think so, tell me why not. The biggest thing he's done is cut inflation, as I said on radio earlier today. And inflation is the great terror of most Americans. How to maintain yourself, how do you save a little, how do you get ahead, how will I survive in my old age? And once you cut inflation, people feel a hell of a lot better. At the price of employment and at the price of poor minorities. And they'll suffer more, but everybody else is voting their pocketbook. In this country, when survival is so tough, so competitive, people go to their pocketbook. Even many of those who oppose him on most issues, they voted for him because they saw his alternative as being ineffective and being a big spender. Reagan's been the biggest spender of anybody in the White House. He's increased the debt by $1.8 trillion. It's really more. I'm sorry, he's doubled his debt. He's all triple, isn't triple by the time he gets out. He's the worst deficit spender in the world. But people are getting a little ahead of themselves. And when you said to them in 1984, he said, are you better off now than you were in 81? And that's true. In 81, Jimmy Carter was president, and you had a 12.5%, 13% inflation. And that terrorizes people who don't want to spend their old age in a furnished room, who don't think they're going to be able to have a standard living that's somewhat decent. I mean, the system plays on the very, it takes advantage of the very insecurities that it creates. This stuff about he's a magic leader and he's all this personality, Teflon and all that, that's not true. In 1982, when unemployment was increasing and inflation was high, nobody wanted his endorsement in the 82 congressional elections. His name was mud. It was only when the economy got a little better. And it got better because he got lucky with oil prices, got all these cheap imports from the third world, and he cut the buying power of the working class and deflated prices in that way. I guess. I mean, nobody knows too much about we keep conjecturing about what causes inflation, what doesn't, so forth. But in any case, that I think is the answer to Reagan's magical appeal. If this economy takes a plunge, you'll see people react in a different way. The economy comes first because that's the first condition of life and survival. Issues like the deficit or El Salvador are secondary, although there are surprisingly large constituencies around those issues.
I would see my comments of being I would like to ask a question concerning my people, which is things under these businesses cannot travel outside these businesses because of their activities and these buildings generally consider one of the businesses of allies. So I'm curious if that you think that these buildings are common center doesn't the person of travel
well, during World War II, most of the destruction by Allied bombing was in East Germany. So after the war, East Germany was vastly more impoverished than West Germany. 1. 2 was Prussia. It had a large Nazi contingency or sympathy. A lot of those people wanted to come west. 3, the Russians at that time, the Soviets made a mistake of taking machinery and stuff out. They actually began to extract capital from East Germany, which they only did for a short while. The Poznan riots turned them around, and they've since then been putting in and giving the East Germans more favorable trade relations. 4, the U.S. pumped in billions of dollars in the Marshall Plan to West Germany. There was a boom in West Germany production and such. So many people wanted to leave East Germany for West Germany, for the goodies, for the jobs. And there was a vast number who left. The East Germans stopped it for the same reason that about 100 other countries would like to stop it. Brain drain. They just lose, you bleed, the country begins to hemorrhage. The other thing that happens with any kind of migration is once a substantial number of people go, that itself becomes the momentum. Others are attracted, family, friends, relatives. Once they come, they have friends and family or kin or spouses, and they too want to come. And so this is why they stopped it, because they wanted to develop their own country. Whether that's justified or not is another whole question. I'm giving you the reason why the Berlin Wall was built. By the way, there are some about, there are a few hundred, New York Review Sports had an article, there are a few hundreds every year who go back from West Germany to East Germany. And they were interviewed, and some of them said, well, in West Germany I had a bigger apartment and had this and that and the other thing. But that was it. I had nothing to live for. Everything was, I was isolated. I just had my career and me. I didn't feel part of the community. In the GDR, I feel like I'm working for part of the community. By the way, now in the GDR, the level of prosperity is very high. It's probably the most prosperous socialist country, maybe more so than Hungary, too. If there are no more questions, this light is right. Is the filming still going on? Oh, okay. This light is right.
So how do you upgrade?
Better understanding of the European or better America. How useful would it be to watch and look at the Soviet Union today? In other words, how was that model in the Soviet Union for America?
Well, the Soviet Union couldn't be an exact model for us. It has a whole different tradition, history. It's had a very unluxurious history.
In the lower left, you can see
terrible,
how many
history. So we couldn't use it as a model. We have a different level of prosperity.
For the next upgrade, some spells have upgrade paths that you need the different options for
Chrome, camels, window shades. Doesn't matter.
Press an upgrade button and advance it.
You look at any one of those countries.
Okay, so how do you do
and you can evaluate them in several ways. One, comparing them to what they had before. And that to me is what's very compelling. That's what's so compelling about Cuba, for instance. When I was in Cuba, I was up in the Escambray, which is like the Appalachia of Cuba, very rugged mountains. People very poor, they were. And I said to this campesino, I said, do you like Fidel? And he said, sí, with all our soul. I remember his gesture, with all our soul. I said, why? And he pointed to this clinic right up there on the hill, which we had visited. He said, look at that. He said, before the revolution, we never saw a doctor. If someone was seriously ill, it would take 20 people to carry that person, because you'd go day and night. It would take 2 days to get to the hospital. First, because it was far away, and second, because you couldn't go straight. You couldn't cross the latifundio lands. The boss would kill you. So you had to go like this. And often when we got to the hospital, the person might be dead by the time we got there. Now we have this clinic up here with a full-time doctor. And today, a doctor in Cuba, when you become a doctor, you've got to spend 2 years out in the country. That's your dedication to the people.
Hey there, Abner K. Doodle, friendly special assistant to the headmaster. He tells me you're ready to learn about cantrips. Full disclosure, cantrips are more of a Pig's Wig Academy thing. But I picked up a little during my exchange semester there. Simply put, cantrips are a field of magic that use energy, not mana to cast, and are mostly non-combat in nature. Some call them fun magic.
You don't see kids begging in the streets anymore, and you don't see prostitutes. All we have was prostitutes.
Okay, I'm the only one who calls them. But let's make it a thing, if for no other reason than it really irks Cyrus Drake. But I get it. The point is, cantrips are magical spells that let wizards do magical wizard stuff that isn't pummeling someone into submission. You following? Yeah, you get it. You know who else gets it? My buddy Hampshire Buttersfield over at Pig's Wig Academy in Wisteria. He taught me everything I know about cantrips. All right. You may have noticed a new button on your screen. That opens up your cantrips menu. When you press that button, you'll notice the teleport to Buttersfield cantrip I just gave you.
And he gets misty-eyed. Very misty-eyed.
Huh. I just realized the only cantrip Hampshire taught me, and the one he asked me to give out, is the one that teleports you directly to him. Since he'll be your primary cantrips instructor and vendor, that's just smart marketing. So go on, use the teleport to Buttersfield cantrip now.
It's a very complicated book, the academic book. I said, I can't read this book. And the defeat that man felt. That's what illiteracy is about. That's what the joy of literacy programs is. That's why in Nicaragua you got people walking proud now for the first time. They were animals before. They weren't allowed to read. They weren't taught to read. So you compare a country to what it came from, with all its imperfections, and those who demand instant perfection. The day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers?
What's all this then? A Ravenwood spy here to gather intel on their chief Spiral Cup rivals?
Sound the alarm! Guards! Guards! Just kidding. I asked Abner to send any promising new students my way, so I was expecting someone sooner or later. Let's be about it then. Let's start by covering the 5 basic cantrip categories. Teleport, Flourish, Radiance, Ritual, and Sigil Support cantrips. Each category offers a little something different from the others. It's important to note that to earn cantrip XP, you must cast a cantrip spell that is the same rank as your current cantrip level. I could go on, but I'm predisposed to kinesthetic learning. So I vote we dispense with the yakety-yak and get to casting cantrips. Sound brilliant? If you open, just don't go getting accustomed to such charity. Most cantrips cost gold, you know. More about that later. Let's begin by taking a closer look at the 2 flourish cantrips I just gifted you. Schools, seeing as they're flourish cantrips, the purpose of these spells is to add a splash of magic panache to the world around you. For example, the School Spirit cantrip casts a temporary magical manifestation of your school's emblem. Speaking of self-explanatory, the other flourish cantrip you own is Flip. Bet you can guess what that one does.
Social group in America from 24 to 35 million, that's growth. And since 1980. And 3, you can judge a socialist country by an abstract model of what you might ultimately want. By the way, that's not illegitimate. I shouldn't have said don't impose that. That's a reasonable thing to do in a certain way. Not to damn the country and to be holier than thou, but to say...
Flipsy-doodle!
There are new forms of social...
Now that we've covered the flourish cantrips, let's finish with my favorite cantrips category, ritual cantrips. Ritual cantrips are cast on special ritual objects to activate them, typically requiring multiple wizards to cast the ritual cantrip spell. Let's practice by having both of us use the magic touch cantrip I gave you to open this ritual chest.
And I would say that what we would do is look at social countries and look at the things about them that might be indeed very admirable and learn about them. The ignorance about existing socialism is abysmal on the left, too. Learn about the People's Control Commissions in the Soviet Union, how they work. Learn about the ombudsman role of the press there. Learn about the function of trade unions.
That's that. You officially know how to use cantrips. I have cantrip spells for sale, and will have more as your cantrip level increases. Speaking of, I cannot wait to tell you about sigil support cantrips. But that'll have to wait. Until then, enjoy using cantrips.
Well, this would be, we really get results in our system. So there are a lot of things that are worthwhile, which we should learn about, which might be helpful to us as a historical experience that might be useful to us. And also look at the things we don't like and say, no, we don't want that. That would be my approach. Anybody else? Could we just have, why don't we have just 1, 2, the last 2 questions, because my answers tend to get long and it's late, and contrary to what you had in the paper, the pay isn't that good. I'm not getting what they printed. I saw those figures. That's not what I was getting. I think Fender is skimming, but go ahead.
Can you be a travel advisor without putting your 9 to 5? Work with you.
Oh, and we just got another restriction on TikTok. It says your life's not...
nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did, and it, for some reason, somebody wanted to be politically correct. I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it, because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling, and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country,
Private Kinch
putting us in a
gives you a
position
winning
like no country
salute.
is anywhere in the world, that they'd like to see us that take it away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular...
Welcome to Marlborough, Wizard. I'm under orders to direct you wherever you need to go.
There's a video that is circulating online now.
Sarcophagus, you'll need to speak with the curator in the museum. He'll know how to help.
Somebody's thrown a big bag out the window. Have you seen it?
No, that's probably AI generated. So, actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
A fake video.
Well, it's got to be, because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that, because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's... In fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, look, have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed, and number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be... Where was the window? Let me see it.
Maybe from the renovations.
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think. Is it right here?
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are all... They're all sealed. You can't open them. It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, you know, it works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it, because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said, who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you, but those windows are all very heavily sealed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know what you were saying regarding that federal appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your opinion.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court.
Partisan in your...
Well, it certainly is.
In fact, it was along ideological lines, 7-4.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama, who voted in favor of the tariffs, because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what, that took a lot of courage for him to do it, because you don't see that often.
The question is, I imagine, I suspect, you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow, because we need an early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now, and we're able to, you know, other countries use tariffs on us for years, and we never did. And I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID, and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions. Important decision, and frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it will be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they signed, they're all happy, everybody's happy. But some whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled, it was 11, they ruled 7-4, with one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor, because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling, because You know, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that. Because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, you know, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the road. So we're asking for an expedited road.
As a backstop to that, President, you have a Republican controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes. I'd love to do it. Oh, if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, so we need.
First, we need to find a way to unlock that gate. My magic isn't powerful enough to open it, so we'll have to look around here for something we can use. Wait, look in that tower ahead. I'll bet we'll find a magic item that can help us open that gate. There's got to be something.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion, and they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. What? One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They're all set.
Let's give this wizard a lesson they won't soon forget.
I guess we have to give back hundreds of millions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
Talking about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal Ursula von der Leyen's plane was that.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
NATO's concerned about the
NATO is concerned. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away our ability to use it. Do you know? Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy. No, we get along with India very well, but India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, #1. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them foolishly. We weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, would send it in, pour it into our country, and therefore it would be made here in the negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S. Car companies, AI, more traditionally car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must add here, they're coming from Canada, a lot of them are coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for 2 reasons. Number one, they like to be here, and number two, the tariffs are protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs. When you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security.
Day 1 on Diablo Immortal, I selected the Demon Hunter, picked up a rusty crossbow, and cleared my first dungeon. Day 30 on Diablo Immortal, I've taken down 10 epic bosses.
So religious liberty is so important, and we're talking about every religion now, and we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done, and we're going to be announcing, we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On the committee's commit, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
I'm not worried. It will be somewhere else. I mean, the problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple. It's very simple. Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a commission with him and Scoop Jackson and some people, highly regarded people. And they said the one thing, the finding was, if you have mail-in voting, you will have corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat. They cheat like, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy. They're no good in management. They're no good at government. But they're big.
Is there any idea that economic impact
Jamie, do you want to answer that?
This is going to be tremendous. I mean, the state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the FBI to headquarters there for material demand to a number of things. We match up with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that in front of us, that's why we ranked so high. It's because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs. With 3,000 spent off. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
Now, I've got a housing question, if you could, just for a second.
Yeah, please.
Owning a home, going about the Americans, like a lot of Americans,
we're thinking about doing that. Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Kool-Aid. He's Kool-Aid. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally it would have been much tougher. But we're doing so well that we're pushing through. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in, or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person, but he was hoping, I guess, she'd win, I guess. It didn't work out too well. But, yeah, we need a very serious cut. I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. The United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big, and I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did, but we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiating. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade. And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations, asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us If they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden-era action that you're not reversed and you're saying something you'll ask you to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about how you do that and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here, you know, for 150 years they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level, using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. You know, D.C. is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walk down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time you build it. But we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. And we'll do the whole tunnel instead of, you know, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles.
Unfortunately...
But they could use it. You know, they've been up 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a...
Wizard, you will not have my scroll. Instead, you will have pain and despair. Prepare.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to the SN? Are you concerned at all about those countries?
No.
Being sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us. And I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know. But China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
Today, in California, ruled that the deployment of national guard to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical change, but very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made pretty much of a statement? No, you didn't say what the judge said. The judge said that you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they want to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
child have dyslexia? The dyslexic brain processes written and spoken information differently. Sometimes information gets forgotten, or goes missing. Introducing Readability, our AI-powered reading tutor, supporting children with dyslexia one word at a time. Teachers and parents go to App for Children with Dyslexia, and Readability is the only learning app of its kind to help improve reading and comprehension in young, struggling readers.
$2 million contraband fast. So I just found this app called
called Grant Cash Advance that lets you get a cash advance, and you can get $25 to $250 in cash advances sent to your account. No waiting for payday, no stressing about bills. Just sign up. No credit check, no late fees, fast delivery. You can even get same-day delivery with a fee. You've got to try it. Download Grant from the App Store today.
One of at least 400,000 people who died as a result of what happened here. This is the story of Unit 731, and fair warning, this opening chapter is the most uplifting part of what we'll cover today. Although it's absolutely tragic and horrific, there is at least some sense of shared humanity and compassion in Ishibashi's testimony. He comes across as a man caught in a broken system who acts with kindness where he can, even if he is unable to change the broader story, and then finally breaks the silence of the tribunal with honesty and responsibility. The rest of the video won't be like this. It's all downhill from here, and I mean, if you're squeamish or sensitive, walk away. I don't blame you. I'm making this video by popular demand from my subscribers and had purposefully tried to keep this topic at arm's length until now. I always knew bits about Unit 731. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was this bad. Some of the research for this video moved me to tears, but it really happened. And like the girls who just want to see themselves in the mirror, we owe it to ourselves to look our past square in the face and bring some redemption to the victims who deserve to have their story told. Lastly, I will have to be purposefully obscure with some of the language I use in this video, and it's not an attempt to downplay or de-emphasize the horror of what happened, but merely to make sure the video itself doesn't get struck down. With that said, let's go. On the 17th of June 1925, the nations of the world gathered to sign something called the Geneva Protocol, an agreement between states that they would never again use chemical or biological weapons against one another. Just a decade before, Europe had been torn apart by the deadlock of the First World War, which saw the first ever mass-scale use of chemical agents on the battlefield. Up to 1 million casualties from the First World War were a result of these poisonous gases, and since they were by their nature indiscriminate weapons, many of those affected were civilians. The world was determined that never again would this hell be unleashed over the face of the earth to work its way into the lungs, eyes, and throats of anyone unlucky enough to be caught in the wake of these deathly clouds. To get a sense of just how awful the effects of these weapons were, you need only look at Wilfred Owen's poem, Dolce Est. As under a green sea, I see drowning. In all my dreams before my father's sun, he plunges at me, choking, drowning. If, in some smothering dreams, you too could pace behind the wagon that we flung him in, and watch the white eyes writhing in his face, his hanging face like a devil's sick of sin. If you could hear at every jolt the blood come gargling from the froth-corrupted lungs, obscene as cancer. Grim as it sounds, this is typical for chlorine gas poisoning, which sets in within seconds of exposure as the linings of the airways inflame and fill with fluid. Victims drown alive while their mouths fill with foam. Those lucky enough to survive are left with permanent lung damage. But as all this horror was unfolding in Europe, the Japanese military watched on closely and studied the carnage in the trenches. They concluded that chemical weapons were going to be an integral part of any future war. To them, the fact that all these nations had come together to sign the Geneva Protocol was just more proof that chemical weapons were indispensable to a modern army. And to an extent, they weren't wrong. By 1918, somewhere in the region of 1 in every 3 hand grenades contained a chemical agent. Despite the immediate use that the Japanese military saw for the weapons, though, Japan herself did ultimately sign up to the treaty, which meant that they had now publicly promised to wash their hands of all chemical and biological weapons.
Wait, you gave yourself a flu vaccine?
At your house?
How? Flumis, it's a flu vaccine you give yourself.
Yeah, well,
You do what at home?
Flu mist home. What? Flu mist home. A vaccine delivered to your home? Yes.
Give yourself a shot? No. Wow! Take the Tome of Decay to the gate and the portal will open. After it opens, wow, you found a Nox scroll! I'll bet that's what they use. That's got to be Greb's cap. We need to...
Spray flu vaccine for people aged 2 to 49. Don't get flu mist if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its components.
The living. We cannot allow you in here. Master Norton would have us banished into the void if we let you gain entry.
Weapons. But by 1927, an up-and-coming army surgeon named Shiro Ishii started advocating for the development of a Japanese bioweapons program. And although his enthusiasm was met positively by those in command, politically, it simply wasn't an option. If Japan was ever going to develop or use these capabilities, it would need to do so with the utmost secrecy and preferably far away from the prying eyes and vulnerable cities of the Japanese home islands. But luckily for Ishii, the Imperial Japanese Army invaded Manchuria on September 18, 1921, and within just 5 months, Japan would have this enormous region of northeast China firmly under her thumb. And not only did this mean that there was a chance to conduct experiments in relative secrecy, but also far away from any major population centre at home. And on top of that, there was now an abundance of that most crucial resource for experimentation: test subjects. By 1932, Ishii and other leading scientists were sent to Manchuria, where they could do their work in a new facility based out of a prison in Chongnam Fortress, with influx of fresh test subjects in the form of political dissidents, common criminals, and those resisting the Japanese occupation. The researchers wasted no time to get to work. Once prisoners were labelled healthy, the experiments would begin. People were purposefully infected with the bubonic plague, or drained of blood at regular intervals to see how long they would last, and then vivisected, often while still alive and under no anaesthetic, so that the research staff could poke around the body and observe the state of the entrails throughout each stage of an infection or illness. However, what Chongnam Fortress may have had in horror, it lacked in security. In 1934, there was a prison break, and in 1935, an explosion erupted within the facility. Fearing that escaped prisoners might spread the word of what was going on behind these walls, the base was closed down. But Imperial Japan wasn't giving up. In fact, they were just getting started. A brand new facility was constructed, much larger, and this time around 25 kilometers south of Harbin, allowing for extra prisoners and extra security. And who better to lead this new research centre than the bioweapons enthusiast Shiro Ishii, who has recently enjoyed a promotion to senior army surgeon after his 3 years of diligent work in Chongnam Base. It is at this stage that things go from bad to worse. And remember, this torment would go on for 9 years. Most of the prisoners who suffered in Unit 731 would have been sent there more or less arbitrarily, the majority of which were Chinese civilians under occupation or prisoners of war who surrendered whilst resisting Japanese invasion. A sizable proportion of Russians would also fall victim, and even some European and American soldiers would meet their ends here. When the prisoners arrived at the facility, they would be driven through the gates in a blacked-out car, and then once processed, they would be led into a tunnel which would take them from the innocent-looking facade into the actual quarters, where they could be privately subjected to the most unspeakable fates, all under the innocent guise of disease prevention. Names were replaced with numbers, men and women were divided into separate quarters. Unit 731 restricted itself purely to research around biological warfare, intentionally infecting victims with all manner of diseases, including the plague, typhoid, dysentery, anthrax, even venereal diseases like syphilis and gonorrhea, which will come up in more detail later. Most of the time, these would be injected directly into the victims under the guise of a vaccination, and then the subjects would be examined as they declined in health, often, as we said, being vivisected alive and then discarded once the researchers had the information they needed. One surgeon at the unit anonymously testified to the New York Times about a vivisection involving a man who had been deliberately infected with the plague. To quote, "The fellow knew that it was over, and so he didn't struggle when they led him into the room and tied him down. But when I picked up the scalpel, that's when he began screaming. I cut him open from the chest to the stomach, and he screamed terribly, and his face was all twisted in agony. He made this unimaginable sound. He was screaming so horribly. But then, finally, he stopped. This was all a day's work for the surgeons, but it really left an impression on me, because it was my first time. Horrific as all this is, it wouldn't take long before Ishii and the other staff at the facility started to go beyond their officially sanctioned research and move into other areas of investigation. Conventional weapons testing became a staple part of the research. With prisoners being arranged in concentric rings around a live grenade to see at what range the blast would be lethal, what would cause a severe wound, or what would be survivable. Those who did survive with serious wounds would then be treated so that the medical staff could hone their battlefield medicine and come up with new techniques to deal with limbs blown off, organs peppered with shrapnel, or skin burned to crisp. Similar experiments would also be conducted with flamethrowers, chemical bombs, lining up prisoners behind one another and firing directly into them with pistols or rifles to measure bullet penetration, and 100 other such cruelties that I'll leave you to imagine. By the 1940s, the research on biological weapons had advanced to the stage where Shiro Ishii and the others within the facility were confident that they had found a way to turn the horror of biological warfare from a theoretical possibility to an actual reality, and started conducting experiments outside the unit and onto the surrounding population. One particularly renowned field trial was the attack on Chengde in 1941, which led to approximately 10,000 casualties and 1,700 deaths from cholera. Over the course of the war, a further 11 Chinese cities were attacked in this way, as poisoned candy was handed out to starving children, infected clothing was distributed to impoverished locals, plague fleas encased in porcelain bombs were scattered over households, and contaminated supplies were left free in town centres. An estimated 400,000 Chinese civilians died as their communities were ripped apart by plague, anthrax, typhoid, or cholera. Meanwhile, the researchers at the base benefit from this horror show in unexpected ways. Published research starts to appear in peer-reviewed journals detailing the effects of X disease in Y conditions. Doctors and medical students around the world will consume this monstrous effort of scientific inquiry, painfully unaware of the human cost behind the data, since the researchers had published their findings under the guise that it had been performed on long-tailed primates or Manchurian monkeys. But while things go swimmingly for the research staff, treatment within Unit 731 would continue to worsen for the inmates, as all pretense of scientific investigation gives way to macabre fascination and inhuman cruelty. Inmates were subjected to dual amputations before having the limbs reattached back to front or on the wrong side of the body. In one case, someone's torso was cut open, the stomach was removed, and the intestines were reattached directly to the esophagus, all without anesthetic, and all just to see what would happen. Another man who would go on to testify to what happened, this time a professor at Kyoto University named Nakagawa Yonezo, said the following. Some of the experiments had nothing to do with advancing the capability of germ warfare or medicine. There is such a thing as professional curiosity. What would happen if we did such and such? What medical purpose was served by performing and studying beheadings? None at all. That was just playing around. Professional people, too, like to play. To this end, thousands more would be treated as though they were mere resources to be used and discarded, with brutal violence being a constant threat to anybody who tried to resist being a test subject. And all the while, the morbid curiosity of the staff became more and more insatiable. For the head honcho of all of this, Shiro Ishii, the value of life declines well below anything that we could recognize as human. The historian Sheldon Harris tells us that if Ishii or one of his co-workers wanted to do research on the human brain, then they would order the guards to find them a useful sample. A prisoner would be taken from his cell, guards would hold him while another guard would smash the victim's head open with an axe. His brain would be extracted off to the pathologist and then to the crematorium for the usual disposal. I could spend the whole day talking about each individual horror story that I've come across, and we would still not exhaust the list. It's that bad. But one cannot fully grasp the horror of Unit 731 until we consider the treatment of women and children.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get Pixel 9a on us. Make sure no one is left out of your photo with Add Me. Take one
of women and children. In an effort to measure the spread of venereal diseases, the researchers swapped out the method of injecting their victims with the disease and instead would simply force prisoners to copulate with one another at gunpoint until they were satisfied that it had been transferred. Countless women in various stages of pregnancy were subjected to this fate in order to fully understand the effects of certain diseases on the development of a baby, and those babies, once born, would not be spared their mother's torment. One particularly cruel researcher named Hisato Yoshimura conducted several tests on the impact of frostbite on the body, including one experiment in which the hands of a 3-year-old child were soaked in water containing ice and salt until the frost took hold. Others would have limbs frozen until they hardened to the point at which you could hit them with a stick, and they would, quote, emit a sound resembling that which a ball gives when it is struck. It goes on and on like this, over and over, horror after horror. Men dehydrated in superheated rooms until they finally expire at 20% of their usual body weight. Victims thrown into gas chambers to measure how long one can survive if the dosage is varied. Blood transfusions of the wrong blood type, simply to see what would happen. It's just layers upon layers of cruelty and suffering. And it's worth noting that all of the first-hand accounts we have of what happened in Unit 731 come to us from the staff and guards that worked there. No survivor accounts exist because no one survived. Every single soul who was sent to Unit 731 died there, most of which within 2 months of entering. One dreads to imagine what further depravity would be uncovered if the victims themselves could speak. Eventually, the staff themselves begin to fall victim to the horror. When one employee within the unit named Sudo became sick with the bubonic plague, he immediately switched from a member of the team to another subject. To quote an eyewitness who saw the whole affair, after Sudo's body was carefully checked, I handed a scalpel to the surgeon, who, reversely gripping the scalpel, touched Sudo's stomach skin and sliced downward. Sudo shouted, "Brute," and died with this last word. As you can imagine, many people tried to resist this unimaginable fate, including one incident in which the prisoners attempted to start a riot after overpowering one of their guards. When the facility staff refused to negotiate with the prisoners, one of them demanded that the staff shoot him rather than use him for these depraved experiments. He was, as requested, cut down without hesitation. Another eyewitness who was part of the staff would later say that spiritually we were lost in front of the prisoners who had no freedom and no weapons. At that time, we understood in our hearts justice was on our side. And by 1945, 9 years and countless souls after the experiments had begun, that opportunity for justice came knocking when Japan surrendered, officially ending the Second World War and finally opening up the process of trying leaders in the Japanese military for their war crimes. In a desperate attempt to hide their sins, the entire research facility staff began to shred all of their paperwork, burn any and all evidence, and execute every remaining prisoner before finally fleeing back to the homeland. The cover-up didn't work. Shiro Ishii was arrested by the United States during its occupation of Japan, and Ishii would finally face his judgment at the 1946 Japanese war crimes prosecution before the Tokyo Tribunal. But tragically, he was able to negotiate a deal with the US. In exchange for complete and utter immunity, he would promise to share the full details of the research with the United States. Despite the fact that much of this research had been lost in the attempt to destroy evidence, the US took the deal. And Shiro Ishii would live another 14 years as a free man, never facing justice for his actions and dying peacefully in his bed in 1959 at 67 years of age and immensely wealthy, having not, even for a moment, shown an ounce of contrition, regret, or guilt.
What would you say if I told you I smoked cannabis with my dad?
Well, I'd say,
What? My dad came over yesterday and he was like, wah, 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 getting all your socks. So I said,
You are here for the key to Grub's Keep. What makes you think you are worthy to meet him? He's building an army of undead, and soon we will rule the world. You can't stop us.
To be useless. When American scientists scoured through the logs, what they found was miles behind the US research and was of little to no significance. Tens of thousands of people had been subjected to the most unthinkable ends with absolutely nothing. And a known monster was allowed to walk free in exchange for information that was of no use to anyone. Unit 731 showed us practically nothing about medicine, chemical weapons, or the limits of the human body. The only truth it released is the limitless capacity we have for the most extreme cruelty and sadism. As for the rest of the scientists, many of those also never faced justice, and there was a similar deal struck with a handful of Japanese scientists who managed to find themselves on trial by the USSR. Although some did receive several years of hard labor, this is hardly a fitting sentence, but at least it was something. Ironically, the Soviet Union would later go on to build a biological weapons facility in Sverdlovsk using documentation that was acquired from the staff at Unit 731. This facility would go on to kill at least 68 people during an incident in the 1970s in which anthrax was accidentally exposed to the general population. Within Japan itself, the government has been extremely reluctant to accept responsibility for what happened. In 1983, the Ministry of Education was still trying to censor works by Japanese historians on what actually happened in Unit 731. And it wouldn't be until 2018, a staggering 70 years after the horrors ended, that the names of those individuals were ever released to the public. All of this cover-up had poor results. Given that these scientists never faced any kind of justice for their crimes, they were free to pursue their scientific careers elsewhere.
I was listening to the Monster Mash the other day. You know, I never actually tell you how to do the Monster Mash. Sure, it's a graveyard smash. What I really appreciated is some rules about me to post an instructional video.
HIV through the use of the company's blood products. The consequences of letting monsters roam unchecked would resonate down the ages. Not just for those who suffered within Unit 731, but for the modern academics who were punished for trying to expose the truth. For the civilians near Sverdlovsk, whose lives were ruined or ended by anthrax poisoning, and the Japanese population themselves, as 3,000 of them would contract a life-altering illness. If there is a moral of the story here, it's best summed up in HBO's Chernobyl. Every time we lie, we incur a debt to the truth. Sooner or later, that debt is paid. First, it was the lie that Unit 731 was just a disease prevention center, which allowed Japan to hide its real intentions and remain compliant with the Geneva Protocol. This lie costed the lives of at least 10,000 prisoners within the unit itself, and hundreds of thousands of people outside who were used as guinea pigs for biological war tests. Then it was the lie that it never happened, which allowed those same monsters to walk among us and ruin more lives, and never once face justice of theirs. This leads me to the testimony given by Nokata Ishibashi and the others, who showed their faces to the world and told everyone what they were a part of and what had happened. I find these individuals the most difficult to judge. Even if they weren't personally sadistic, they were a part of the machinery of sadism and were responsible for some of the worst horrors ever seen in history. But on the other hand, they did have the moral courage to stand up, take responsibility for their actions, and share the truth. Without their choice to give public testimony, the countless who suffered at their hands would have never had a voice and would be forever forgotten. I will leave the judgment of these individuals who broke the silence to you watching.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to White Refi. White Refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch. They'll provide a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. White Refi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each client individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. They can save you thousands of dollars, even reduce your total costs. It's private student loan debt keeping you up at night. So many Americans feel stuck and helpless, and many have even lost hope. Can you imagine not living under this burden anymore? With YREFI, you can get your life back. And they don't care what your credit score is. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call YREFI today.
Eve, the judgment of these individuals who broke the silence, to you watching. After thinking about Unit 731 for a few days, I couldn't help but be reminded of the Stanford prison experiment conducted in 1971 by Philip Zombardi, a professor of psychology. During the experiment, participants were divided into prisoners and guards. The guards were given the job of maintaining order for 2 weeks, and to this end...
Now that you have the key to the castle, you can get in and find some proof of Grubb's existence. Once you find proof of Grubb's existence, meet me outside in front of the death school.
Decline of moral conduct amongst the guards, as the prisoners were subjected to more and more acts of cruelty and barbarism. There was a race to the bottom of human behavior, and as a result, the experiment was cancelled within just 6 days.
So, you have come this far to find me? Too bad you won't be able to tell anyone. You're no match for me and my army of undead.
Prying eyes were given near complete authority over their subjects, not for 6 days, but for 9 years. Tragically, there was a similar nosedive in human conduct, resulting in horrors that are quite frankly beyond comprehension, and seemingly for no other reason than because you can. Now, it's very telling that when push came to shove, The staff destroyed the vast majority of their findings rather than be exposed for the monstrosity of their actions. It was never about the research. If it was that valuable, they would have kept it. All of this cruelty, all of this suffering and grief and heartache and tears had as much to do with research as it had to do with disease prevention. And the depressing reality is that all of this was a pointless exercise in power, and the staff knew it.
When you deliver with DoorDash, you get to choose when you do it and when you don't.
I think I'll do it now.
Now works, yeah. But if it doesn't, you can also set your schedule around your other commitments.
Good, because I have a lot of those.
Tell me about it. So whenever it works well for you, you can make a few extra bucks.
I guess I do have an hour to kill.
And when the earnings on your time, you can enjoy more quality time.
I really enjoyed this book.
Make money on your time. DoorDash.
See the whiskey in my hand, but you don't know my pain. You see the smile I wear, but you don't feel my rain. Everybody's talking like they've been where I've been, but you don't know me. You don't know. I've been broken, I've been bruised, I've been misunderstood. Trying to turn my wrongs to right, do the best that I could. Every scar's a story that nobody ever read. Every night it goes whispering inside my head. I done sang for the lost, I done cried for the free. I done walked that line that's been cut too deep. So judge my shadow, so all right. You talk my name, boy, look me in the face, ain't no me, just a man trying to be better than the sinner I was yesterday. You don't know the hell I've seen, the nights I've led, the prayers between the whiskey bottles, the broken dreams. You don't know me. You don't know me.
What? Defeated by a child? You may have won this time, but mark my words, I will return. Return to build my army of undead.
Had to learn that redemption don't always come on time. They see the change, they see the flame, but they don't see the fight. They see the man on stage, not the tears at night. I'm just a small town center, with a pen full of pain, trying to right my wrongs like a runaway train. So if you think you know my life, then walk a mile in these boots. It's a long road of demons and I'm still searching for truth. We all got battles that we hide in our souls. Ain't no easy way to let them go. You don't know me. You don't know the hell I've seen. The nights I bled, the prayers between the whiskey bottles, the broken dreams. You don't know me. You don't know me. Yeah, you see my smile, but not my scars. You don't feel the weight inside my heart. The road's been long, the light's been far. You see tattoos, I see scriptures. You see pain, I paint pictures. Ain't no mirror that reflects my soul. It's cracked from all them years I rode. I done lost my friends, I done lost my faith. Trying to find peace in a paper chase. These angels cry, these devils talk, but I still pray before I walk. So don't define me by what you heard. I'm more than every twisted word. Yeah, I'm flaws and fire singing song. You don't know me, but I've been
You got proof of Grubb's existence by defeating him? Boy, you really have now that we have proof. Take Grubb's medallion to Professor Drake to prove I was right.
Maybe someday you will. But for now, you go.
That's a good song. I like that song. What the fuck is the emergency?
Anytime soon, and we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week. You know, it's like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many
Please go investigate
weeks.
the vile
This went
veggies
on
in the
for
haunted
years.
cave before
And
all
then we
Wizard
had
City
last
is
week it was
turned
announced
into a
that
supernatural
nobody was killed last week.
skeleton.
And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like,
You don't know the hell I've been.
what's that all about? I said, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem. And we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful. And the police commission has been very helpful. And it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops, because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw it today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, except really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, who were black. And they were saying, please, please, please let the president send it. These were people from Chicago. Please, we need help. We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified.
Oh my God.
If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But, you know, we took care of it. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong. You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier, or for a policeman, is strong, physically fit, something, you know, having a certain ability. Not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift a gun out of the holster, etc., etc. Now, I looked at the police, as you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting with, there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do it elsewhere. But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, sir, we need help. It's out of control. And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have, I would say...
But that's the only reason why he tried to do this. That's why he ain't giving nobody enough food stamps.
Outputting your 9 to 5. Actually,
they're not giving the food stamps because they want Chicago to clap back.
To earn on the trips that they plan. At Quora, our approach is flexible, which means
he wants Donald Trump to ask the Governor Pritzker. Donald Trump wants Governor Pritzker to call him about the National Guards That's the reason why he decided not to give these food stamps. Because he know half of people up in Chicago, half of the people up in Chicago uses those. So he want to have a reason to bring the National Guards out here so he could declare martial law. He think he's slick. I just thought about that. That's what it was. Damn, somebody shared it already. What the fuck was I finna do? Not Trenton Avenue. That's the Tombs. I don't see.
Way down. And then I got elected, and our country's the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy. We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful, but if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court, and it's going up.
Wash your body. Wash your body.
Witches aren't born on random days. Neither were you. We know exactly when witches are born.
You are a witch by blood. Take test.
There are 12 witch archetypes, and knowing yours gives you the power to shape your life in it.
Something unstoppable has begun, and every country will feel it within months. Not years, not decades, months. I need you to listen closely, and please, don't skip a single word I'm about to say. Because if you miss even one detail, you'll miss the message that could change how you protect yourself and your family in the months ahead. Most people have no idea what's happening right now. 4 hidden forces are already reshaping life as we know it, and they're doing it quietly, hidden from headlines, hidden from seniors, hidden from you. By the end of this message, you'll understand all 4, and the 4th one, the darkest and most dangerous, is the one no one dares to talk about. But I will, because I care enough to tell you what others won't. So if you're watching this, do not leave, don't scroll, don't click away, every second counts. Before I tell you the first hidden force already in motion, I want you to tell me where you're listening from right now, which city. Drop it in the comments below. You might already be feeling the effects of what I'm about to say, and sharing this will help others see it too. And while you're here, please click the like button so more people can find this message, so more families can prepare. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on the bell icon so you never miss any valuable information I share, because what I'm sharing will keep on growing in the coming days, and I don't want you to be left behind. And if you're watching this right now, tell me in the comments, I'm with you. I want to see how many of you are really ready to hear what I'm about to share. The first hidden force is the fall of the middle class. With quiet collapse, no one survives. For decades, the middle class, the builders, the teachers, the truck drivers, the nurses, formed the heart of every free nation. But something is changing, and it's changing faster than anyone expected. It's not a loud crash. It's a slow fade, a quiet disappearance of financial security that once felt unshakable. I've said this before publicly.
Certainly don't believe in tragic outcomes, things that we can prevent. And that's where I think we should go as a country to heal.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt just to say, I apologize. I am the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. There's a separate hearing beginning right now. I have more questions. I'm going to try to come back, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize. I'm going to have to leave. Thank you.
I appreciate you coming. This is what I was actually looking forward to. Unplugged. So, Governor, I'm just to be honest with you, what gets under my skin is how many times those of us who had a different narrative on this, or not a narrative, but just a different viewpoint of this, we are always accused of ignoring science. I think I've been trying to follow it quite closely. So again, I will ask you, when you go through your testimony, every time you cited something, we will ask you to cite the study that proves what you're saying. Okay? So again, not really a challenge, it's a request. I mean, I would ask that of all of you. Any of you who have cited some study or some opinion, back it up. And we'll include in the hearing record. This hearing record will stay open for 15 days, so I'm really encouraging people, send me that science. Again, I entered a piece from Raphael Lataster that pretty well debunks the Watson, I think it's Watson et al., that claims it's the COVID injection saved millions. This is based on mathematical models. It really wasn't a scientific study. So, again, throw it all in the hopper and let the public decide. But I do have some questions. Dr. Thorpe, speaking of corrupted studies, you mentioned in your opening statement the Shimabukuro study, which, by the way, Tom Shimabukuro, we sent something like 70 overseas, more than that. In many of them, we've told the CDC, FDA, NIH, we demanded they preserve their records. And that should have been widely distributed through the health agencies. You know, we, in our subpoena, specifically asked for the communications of Tom Shimakura. Couldn't find it. I know the current HHS is investigating that individual. We've sent I would call a referral to the FBI and to Attorney General to determine this. But again, what happened there? Okay? Again, when people are supposed to maintain records and they don't, I get suspicious. But again, going back and forth. And I'm going to probably interrupt you because I want everybody to understand what you're talking about in this study, because we're talking about numbers here. But describe that study on what you call fetal demise, miscarriage, and how it was originally presented as evidence to push this on the most vulnerable, as you're saying, pregnant women and the unborn. And how did they distort that study to make that point? Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So the study in question is in New England Journal of Medicine on April 21st, 2021. And in that same day, the digital edition, there were two publications that were extraordinarily concerning. Both of them, interestingly, coming at a time when vaccine hesitancy was increasing. So the Shimabukuro study was a separate study in addition to an op-ed. The op-ed was by the New England Journal of Medicine, editor-in-chief, who was Eric Rubin, and the managing editor, who was Stephen Morrissey, and then director of the CDC, Rochelle Walensky. And they made statements that were false. They made statements that was fear-mongering.
Going to ChumbaCasino.com every day and collecting your daily bonus, that is the definition of fun. Head on over to Chumba.
Their lives in harm, their preborn lives in harm, and their newborn lives in harm, when they knew absolutely the opposite was true.
How do they know that?
Well, they know that for several reasons, Senator. Number one, the study by Fennells and colleagues, who is a maternal fetal medicine specialist from University of Texas, Houston, published a very large study documenting that pregnancy in of itself reduced the maternal mortality by as much as 75% during pregnancy compared to non-pregnant women. That study was available. Also, Dr. Shimabukuro, Tom Shimabukuro, and then director of the CDC, this was 7 weeks after the Pfizer 5.3.6 post-marketing data in 10 weeks that showed the COVID-19 vaccine was the deadliest and most injurious vaccine ever released, with 42,086 injuries, including 1,223 deaths. They had that information. They still pushed it on pregnancy.
So let's get to the number where there's 700 individuals included, the statistics that should have been included. So describe that. What about this study?
Right. Well, there's bias. There's bias in the title. Okay, just look at the title. There's bias in the 21 authors, all of whom were federal employees, and Tom Shimabukuro, a safety officer from the FDA itself. Then you go to the numbers. We're looking at about numbers of over 4,000 in a 10-week period. And then all of a sudden, it's just, how do we arbitrarily go to 10 weeks in this V-safe smartphone collection system? And then what happened to all the other patients? We go down to 827 patients. What happened?
So you got 827 patients that became pregnant or were pregnant in this. In terms of, again, it's not really study making, they're just analyzing that. 827.
Right.
Okay, so these were women who were pregnant.
Right. 827 that completed the pregnancy completed a pregnancy in 10 weeks.
Which is not necessarily a born child, but the pregnancy
or a miscarriage. Right.
Okay.
Now, they claim a 12.6% miscarriage, which is pretty unrealistic. No, it's not.
What's a normal miscarriage rate?
3% when you have a normal booking visit.
So it's not an abnormal miscarriage rate in that 827.
That's correct.
Okay.
And
So now describe exactly how they...
Okay, so we have 827 patients, right? When they talk about a 12.6% miscarriage. But a miscarriage of those 827, 700 of those mothers had their vaccine in the 3rd trimester. That's way beyond the window when a woman has a miscarriage. So they artificially took those 700 patients and put them in the 3rd trimester. No, the 104 patients that had the miscarriage, that goes to the 127. 104 over 127, you're looking at 82% miscarriage. So the key is the percentage of women that got the vaccine in the 1st trimester had an 82% miscarriage. And by the way, that's the exact same miscarriage rate that was seen in the Pfizer 5.3.6 post-mortem.
So I would argue that proves both points in the title of this hearing. The corruption of science, the corruption of federal health agencies. Your government, listen, I'm cognizant of the fact that you're kind of outnumbered here. So I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that if you want to. You don't have to.
Sure, no, I'm happy to. Look, appreciate the information. The tragedy of a miscarriage is always there. It's not 3%.
What is it? What do you think it is?
Well, in my training as a family physician, the miscarriage rate for women is often in the 20s or 30 percentile for women across their pregnancies. There are just a lot of miscarriages that occur among women. So those are all tragic. And I would obviously defer to the American College of OBGYNs who did, and they should come and testify too, who did strongly recommend the vaccine. I mean, I'm not going to speak as an OBGYN, I'm speaking as the ER physician and as a governor. But I'm sure that would be a vibrant discussion. And again, it's a very good point that we have transparency stuff.
So what moves on to my next point? In one of our events, some of you were there, there's Dr. Moon opened up the insert for the COVID injection. Big piece of paper, Yes, other than it says intentionally left blank, it's blank. Now this was quite a few years, I think this was probably a couple of years into the COVID injection, distribution of it, and
now that you have once you find proof of Grubb's existence, maybe outside in front of the death school.
I would think somewhere, when you take a look at the actual studies and the adverse events that were documented within those studies and have now been released in Pfizer papers and other means.
Time for you to get out. It's 8:14.
you think somewhere they ought to put some information in there.
You defeated the Iron Golem? Wow! You know how many students have tried and were defeated? You are amazing, young wizard. And true to my word, here are the treasure cards I promised. Remember to put them in your deck. I know you'll need them in the future. Bye now.
I just think that's indisputable. I'll start with you, Dr. McCullough. Do you want to weigh in on that?
I've presented at the FDA advisory meetings. I've advised companies for decades on this, so I know the regulatory science very well. When a product definitely results in death, and there are thousands of peer-reviewed papers on this, Governor, the COVID vaccines in some people, sadly, result in death. Some on the very first day they take the shot. That must be a black box warning on the product immediately. I just checked the package inserts for the currently available products, the ones that Senator Blumenthal wants to pursue. Sounds like Governor wants to still pursue these. Our FDA still wants them to be administered. They still don't have the word death in the package insert. As of today, they don't. And so Americans are not fairly informed.
Do you have any doubt in your mind that the COVID injection caused some deaths? I mean, what do you think of the, 38,607 right now listed on VAERS? What do you think the real number is? And do you have any science to back up your opinion?
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series published to date, I know because I'm the senior author, of all the deaths we examined, and we re-reviewed them, we had an adjudication committee, we had ways of arbitration, deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death. First author is Holscher and colleagues, who's sitting right behind me.
And again, by FDA's own laws, that should be included on that.
Be safe.
Correct.
Immediately in 2021, Dr. Carol Tosetto, working with the Daily Cloud, wrote Peter Marks in the summer of 2023 and said, "Where's the black box warning? Where is it?" No word from Marks.
Dr. Vaughn, you want to weigh in on the informed consent?
Well, the other thing is, I think emergency use authorization actually, by definition, when you fill out the documents for the patient, if they read it, it actually says that they should make sure that they are under no compulsion to get this product. And that is what's so confusing, because even though the product was mandated in the summer, at the end of the summer of 2021, the product on the shelves was still the EUA product. And in that sense, for somebody to be mandated to something that they also have to sign to say that they weren't mandated to do it is kind of hard to do legally.
By the way, that's the subject of a couple oversight letters in terms of full authorizations. I think I throw it quickly.
Yes, on informed consent, there was completely the opposite in pregnant women. HHS appears to have captured the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and my research team, including Maggie Thorpe, JD, have proven that with the Freedom of Information Act.
For a few $million, correct?
Many $1 million. They captured ACOG. In December of 2020, everybody at ACOG and the other organizations, we're not going to push this vaccine in pregnant women. In the span of a pregnancy, 40 weeks, September 27, 2021, you will push the vaccine, you will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria, and if you don't, we will destroy you and your professional career will take your license away and we will decertify you. That went out to 60,000 OBGYN doctors. So
we probably should expand the title of this: corruption of science, federal health agencies, what would you call those? Professional organizations?
These are the three organizations that essentially govern obstetrical care, not just in the United States of America, but the whole world.
By the way, I wanted to ask you, to what extent are the medical journals funded by various conflicting organizations, pharmaceutical companies? I've heard Chinese interests.
I mean, are you aware of that? You were talking about the article written by the editors of the New England Journal of Medicine.
Yes, I'm aware of the study by Wen and colleagues, David Daniel Wen, that was just published October 10th of 2024, documenting that 1.06 billion with a B dollars went to the reviewers of the medical journals. It's probably the most influential medical journals: New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, BMJ.
That's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry.
That's correct.
So Dr. Walscott, as a vaccine injured.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to YRefi. YRefi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch.
Position, I believe, strongly in informed consent. Informed consent requires true and transparent data. And we can sit here and hear the mantra, the typical narrative of safe, effective, save millions of lives, but in reality, that's not true. Okay? We can talk about efficacy if we want. Again, certainly the vaccines don't prevent infection, don't prevent transmission. I think I could present to you, I mean, and refer to a lot about safety data, particularly with regards to all the adverse events that I think there's more than ample evidence that the federal regulatory agencies ignored. A lot of these systems, FAERS, VSafe, I call deliberately deficient by design. So do I think I got informed consent? No. Do I think anyone here in the United States in the last 4 years have gotten informed consent in considering getting a COVID vaccination? Emphatically, no.
So, by the way, my theory, this is a theory, I don't have the proof, it's hard to prove these things. But my guess is the reason they were so concerned about issuing a warning on hot is because they didn't want any vaccine hesitancy on this, right? And also, if they alerted doctors to the fact that if you have a patient with myocarditis, you might want to ask them, did you just get a vaccine recently? And otherwise, doctors looking at myocarditis trying to figure out how to treat it, right? Not trying to figure out the cause, because myocarditis does happen. Dr. McCullough, quickly.
Myocarditis was so common that in the UK and Australia, they actually did issue guidelines to doctors on how to recognize it and when to get MRIs. That's how big a problem vaccine myocarditis is.
Also, one of the points I made is they did not warn, they didn't advise doctors to advise against strenuous physical activity, right? They pulled that off of the one warning they gave. Talk about how dangerous that is. And also, I mean, the mild. To talk about how often myocarditis is mild versus serious.
Before the pandemic, there was myocarditis. It can be caused by Coxsackie virus. The most dangerous type is called giant cell myocarditis. It was very rare. I had seen 2 cases in my career. One was fatal. But it's in our guidelines. Anyone who develops myocarditis cannot undergo strenuous physical activity. They have to be taken out of sports. It's mandatory because the surge of adrenaline, when there's inflammation in the heart, triggers a cardiac arrest. So you can imagine how reckless it was for the sports teams to mandate vaccines on athletes, provide no provision of safety, and then have them go out in the field.
So why would these federal health officials, when they're discussing putting that warning, that advisory for physicians as they did their kind of weak need warning of myocarditis, what does that tell you? Why would they pull that out?
It was reckless not to provide prudent guidance on reducing the risk of cardiac arrest when a patient has vaccine myocarditis. Whether it's acute myocarditis that we clinically recognize, by the way, 90% are young men, 90% are hospitalized. Tracy Hogan, others at UCSD show that, multiple studies. But there's a larger group of subclinical myocarditis. These are patients with heart palpitations, blood pressure swings, atypical chest pain. Listen, this is water under the bridge. Fortunately, very few people are taking COVID shots anymore. But these patients still have symptoms. A recent report by Koyosmu in Journal of the American College of Cardiology has shown cardiac arrest in people years after the vaccines, and they have found vaccine microscars in the heart.
And we can keep going down this. I did want to go to Mr. Siri, who does a really good job of describing these.
So that's why. I get it now. What the fuck? This is why we've been having issues. I just found out that myocarditis is caused by COVID vaccines and heart palpitations of the heart. You need to get that checked out because honestly, they said that the vaccine been giving people heart problems and issues. And when they actually did an autopsy on multiple people, today is the 29th. Showed that vaccines was inside the heart and what led to the problem. The COVID vaccine.
You actually had to sue. You should have had to sue, by the way, right? First of all, the health agencies set this V-Safe, voluntary online report on specifically the COVID-19 injection safety surveillance, right?
Yeah, V-Safe.
10 million people signed up voluntarily. You would think the federal health agencies would make that information just available anyway. But at a minimum, when you FOIA'd it, Freedom of Information Act, you think they would just hand it over to you, right? They didn't do that, did they? You had to sue them. How long did it take you to actually get that V-Safe data? And then why don't you describe what you got and why they were probably trying to hide it?
Sure, it took over
How'd your
2 years.
photos turn out?
with a name like
Wow,
V-Safe,
looks like you're well on your way to becoming a professional photomancer. Just keep snapping photos, and don't forget to say cheese.
Program that the CDC rolled out.
Hello again, wizard. You have quite the eye for photomancy, and I just learned about an exciting opportunity I think you'd be perfect for. The Spiral Geographic Society of Marleybone is going to publish a new magazine. They asked me for talented photomancers, and I thought of you.
These are folks who are
Go find Hubbard Gardner and Marleybone. Show him some of your pics. I'm sure he'll want to use it for his magazine.
Why they signed up for V-Safe. And so over the next 2 years, the CDC kept putting out study after study after study, dozens of them, in which it said the COVID vaccine is safe. When you look at those studies, what is it relying upon? One of the primary data sets it's relying upon is the V-Safe data, okay? And so on behalf of our client ICANN, we, as you pointed out, submitted a Freedom of Information Act to the CDC, and we said, hey, this data you're collecting in V-Safe is almost all de-identified, because most of it's check the box. Please provide it. American public pays for it. You're public servants. American public should have access to it to be able to do what scientific inquiry is supposed to do, which is replication.
Yeah. Quickly, what did they ask and what didn't they ask on the V-Safe?
Yeah,
so that's how grossly inadequate it was.
Yeah. So, I mean, I understand this hearing is about, did our public health agencies do things that were improper? Did they have C-enter? Did they purposefully do things improper? And when you look at how V-Safe was designed, I think you'll see that. So V-Safe had check-the-box most of what V-Safe collected was via check-the-box options. Then it had some free text field. There were 2 categories of check-the-box options. The first category were symptoms. So you could check the box for various symptoms, right? And
Like, maybe give us an example.
Fever, local, little pain.
The standard minor things, right?
Right. And so those symptoms, the V-Safe system only asked you for the first 7 days after injection. And as Dr. Shimabukuri said in an email that we obtained for you, those were the expected reactions. It's what they call almost immunogenicity. It shows the vaccine is working. And so the symptoms that they picked were totally useless for assessing the safety of the COVID-19 vaccines. And in fact, when you look at the studies that the CDC published, people were reporting those symptoms at 40, 50, 60% of them. Yeah, they reported, pain in the arm, of course. But they were viewed as normal to have a little chill, have a little fevers. And so that part of V-Safe is totally useless for assessing safety. So that wasn't useful. What was left? The only other thing that was checked the box was if you sought medical care, if you missed school or work, or if you were unable to perform normal daily activities, and if you checked that you missed, you needed medical care, it then asks you, were you hospitalized, emergency room, urgent care, or telehealth? Okay? So that was the data they were collecting. So presumably, V-Safe was going to assess safety by looking at people who sought medical care after vaccination, because everything else they collected on check boxes, at least on the symptoms, was not useful. Now, before I go on to tell you what the healthcare seeking data showed, I just want to go back to the symptoms that the CDC chose. One of the things that we obtained was a copy of the very first version of the design documents for creating V-Safe. And when you go to the last page of that design document, it's in my 66-page submission. Everything I'm saying is in the 66-page position with citations before. What you will see is they had a table. It was called Adverse Events of Special Interest, Pre-Specified Medical Conditions. And on that list, it had myocarditis, it had pericarditis, it had all of the issues that we now see and people are reported with regards to COVID-19 vaccine. It was in their design document before they launched V-Safe, but not a single one of those conditions ended up as a check the box, or at least the symptoms of those conditions. You could have put in at least chest pain if you didn't want to use the word myocarditis or pericarditis, but they didn't do that. To me, that is the best evidence, one of the best pieces of evidence out there that our federal health authorities knowingly, consciously chose to design this system.
So you've come for the scrapbook that belonged to Malastair's wife? Well, I won't allow you to have it. As for you, wizard, prepare to join the ranks of the undead and serve me.
They don't conduct themselves based on what folks would call science or medicine. They are a policy organization. They set their policy, and then everything that they do has to conform with that policy. And that policy is safe and effective.
So again, voluntary system, 10 million people signed up.
Yes.
They tracked all this data, inadequate check the box information, and what they should have been just making available online, like Invaders available, you can see it.
They should have. And
they should have made that available as well. They didn't, and so you had to sue. When did you sue them?
Sue them. It would have been a few months after the rollout of COVID-19.
Okay, so early in 2021.
It took us 2 lawsuits actually, because in order to contradictory positions, and only so we sued them 2 different ways, and only when they had no choice, they finally released the data.
And you first filed a
yes.
They shouldn't just because they obviously were collecting this data, had to be kind of centralized. Wouldn't have been that big a task, I wouldn't think. Here's what the data shows. They should have, by law, should have just turned it over to you.
They should.
And they did. So you had to go to court, and it took you 2 years. Okay, then so now drum roll.
Yeah.
What did the VSafe data show once you finally extracted it by a lawsuit using the courts? What did they show you about how safe the projection was?
Here's what it showed. In contrast to the dozens of studies that the CDC relied upon to say that COVID-19 vaccines were safe using VSafe data, where they only reported the first week of what people reported after the injection seek medical care, even though they know that injuries to COVID-19 happen well after the first week. They only report the first week to make the number of and even though they designed the system to collect medical seek behavior for 6 weeks after getting the vaccine and 3 more instances after that. 7.7% of VSafe users reported needing medical care after the COVID-19 vaccine, and 75% of those reported they were hospitalized, emergency room, or urgent care, and on average, they sought medical care 2 to 3 times each. All of this data is publicly available now, and so if you ask them about
what missed a day of work, or, which by the way, Thomas Shimabukuro in a video before the emergency use authorization around the safety surveillance system said, we're going to take this so seriously. If somebody loses a day of work, we're going to have a CDC official on the phone, following up, checking out. Is that your
absolutely not.
Not exactly. Do you want to say anything else about that? I know I've been kind of stomping on you.
No, not at all. No, it's just this. When they designed VSafe, the only data that probably could assess safety was medical seeking behavior. So you would hope our federal health agencies had a number. One in, when they look at how often COVID itself injured people. See, you want to make sure the vaccine's safer than that, right? So was it 1 in 200 sought medical care? Was they pulled the plug? 1 in 100 people reported seeking medical care VSafe, then they pulled the plug? The data showed 1 in 13 people sought medical care on average 2-3 times each. I don't think there was a number, unfortunately, that would have been sufficient for CDC to pull the plug.
So what we sought for years is their analysis of errors. The proportional reporting ratio, which they did release, some goes through FOIA to news organizations, that type of thing, not particularly useful. And by the way, they didn't particularly like that statistic anyway, so they did empirical Bayesian analysis. Never got it. Over a year, never got it.
Well, we have 2 federal lawsuits still going on right now.
Okay, now we're starting to get some of it. Mm-hmm. Okay, and again, I don't want to steal thunder or jump the shark on things that I know about that are being studied, but I think it'll be shocking to people to realize that
the storm wheel is in trouble, and I need your help. Something strange is going on down below us, and we don't know what. You might not know this, but we collect magical light here and store it in the storm batteries buried far below the mill. The storm batteries are in tunnels that were once beneath Triton Avenue, but now they're located right off Crab Alley. I need your help to take a look down there and see what can be done. Here's a water-breathing potion. Go to the edge of the river, near the ankle hook, and jump down to Crab Alley. Find him. He might have an idea about what's going on down there.
It's valuable to get input, which we're grateful for, but it is a flood of experience, and there is no, there's no clear causal connection
This looks like the spot. Next stop, Crab Alley.
No, it didn't. I'll tell you why. Because we do want input, massive input. I'm grateful that there were people putting that in there. But that's why we do science and studies. We don't just do what this is.
I'm going to argue with you, okay? Fine. Here's the problem, because I was going to go down.
Welcome. It is good to see a wizard in these strange times. I'm happy to see you. Everything is top-seeking.
Lied to us, just like they lied and said, this thing's going to stay in your arm, when they knew it wouldn't, and we know conclusively it does not. They talked about the mRNA. It's going to go in there, stay in the arm, it's going to dissolve, in hours, a couple days, whatever. But they knew it wasn't mRNA, it was modified RNA, and it stayed in the body, together with the spike protein. And we have studies of that. They're not talking about that as they continue to push this. So again, they've lied to us. So again, you can keep saying that, follow the science. No, the science has been corrupted, and the agencies have been corrupted, so we've not been able to believe in them. That's why they have no part to go. Go ahead.
Many of these things. So we certainly disagree on a lot of things, okay? One of them is that you say corrupted and corruption, and that is possible, okay? But I didn't have that. I'm just sharing with you as a doctor and a governor and a public health officer and who had a great response for our state. We didn't have that experience. We did have great.
By the way, I have checked other islands.
We're fighting them. They only go for advice, and that's why we stay trapped. Like Senator Bristol, we did actually find ways to help people know whether or not they had COVID, whether or not they had spread it, whether or not people were at risk. We did that work, okay? Other people may have been, not doing that work. I don't know if anybody in this room did that work. I did. Okay? I was out there saving lives, either in the ER or as a lieutenant governor. Everyone else is talking about corruption, okay? I was doing the work.
COVID patients as well.
Yeah, and I was a COVID patient also in isolation for 14 days, and it was the right thing September 11th of this year. Because we didn't know if I would spread it to my children or to my wife or to other people that I cared deeply about or my constituents. So I honored it, unlike others who might not have, okay, being in quarantine. So that's a different topic. Now, we've talked about myocarditis a lot, okay? And we are going to differ in our opinions about the data, I'm sure. However, there were about 12 cases from one perspective per million second shots. That's one of the studies and reports. I'm sure other gentlemen at this table are going to dispute that and have to dispute that completely. But I will tell you that we saw one heck of a lot more terrible cardiac issues, myocarditis, far more clots for people that ended up in the ICU that we had to treat. We saw cataclysmic numbers when people got bad COVID and then into the hospital, but they didn't get bad COVID when they got vaccinated. That is the point. Now, we also have...
So, okay, can you cite the study that proves it?
Yes, and I'm here.
So provide that.
Of course, there's another 24,000 pages of data on both sides of this argument, okay? And everybody knows that the colossal damage to human beings...
Will you provide this committee that?
And all of the data, nationally and internationally, showed that people had these complications.
And find a key marked with the image of a white tower.
Severe COVID than they did from vaccinations, much larger numbers. Now, we can have that debate, and we'll get you plenty of studies, okay? And the studies will be, and he's shaking his head, but that's what the vast body of mainstream researchers and mainstream healthcare providers feel. And now, I don't want to disparage my colleagues that are up at this table, okay? But I will tell you that we are going down a rabbit hole to demonize the vaccinations. And maybe someday we will find that there should have been more transparency. Maybe people will find ultimately, that vaccines cause more harm than people were able to report at the time. However, it's my firm belief as a provider of healthcare and a person who had to make a state plan that there is value in providing vaccinations like this. And next time we have a pandemic, it's going to be even more serious if it ever affects children. I will tell you, people are going to clamor for vaccinations if children are terribly affected. And the country, you think it was shut down before, it's going to be shut down 50 times worse. We worked to open the state. That was his representation by the good senator from Ohio. We worked to open the schools and open the state, but just making sure people had a test so they were negative.
it helped us. It helped us. And we didn't force people to get vaccinated if they wanted to travel. And I didn't support mandates, just so you know that. That's fine. Right. So a lot of this, of course, is tilted very heavily to demonize this vaccination in the process. And I respect if the data comes out and shows that, or someone comes up, I respect that.
I will say that COVID was tilted very strongly to demonize these people, okay? To vilify them, to offer retribution. So no.
But you just went to the cartel. You don't think that's demonizing somebody?
There's no doubt that this panel is definitely tilted toward one side, but the vast majority of the media and the agencies and everything else are tilted toward one side. And that's so frustrating. And the reason we'll have a tough time in the next pandemic is because our federal health officials and the media lied to us. And we have proof they lied to us. And we have proof that they went and they used the power of the federal government to have social media companies censor people. Dr. Ralston, I do want to come to this because this is egregious. And people committed suicide because of this. But talk about how Facebook, after our event in Milwaukee, talk about how Facebook repeatedly shut down the support groups for the vaccine injured. That was their only lifeline because they could not get help. They weren't believed. They only had each other. And so they had these Facebook groups, and Facebook shut them down, and people lost contact, and people committed suicide because of it.
Yeah, so this is now earlier in 2021 when there was just a couple of isolated people across the country early on. For example,
an ominous current wends its way through Crab Alley. The king,
was injured during
changed after the expedition beyond the river
wall. Of 2020.
When I offered my counsel, the king had me locked up.
Episode, she started
I beg you to find Captain Jonah and see if he can explain the king's current state of mind.
Had some connections out at the NIH. That group started communicating with Dr. Nath, who was a neurologist at the NIH, who clearly confirmed that these injuries were vaccine-related. These people started giving each other support. Really, what do we do? What do we do? Communicated with Dr. Johnson's office. I'm sorry, Senator Johnson's office. And in the end, they had a press conference in June of 2021 in Milwaukee. And the idea of the press conference, again, don't let me speak for you, Senator, but was just to allow these people to be acknowledged.